doesn't win games.
Our panel of experts is getting you ready for the 2024 season.
The more I watch this guy, the more I like him.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The battle for European soccer supremacy has reached the knockout stage, and all the drama of the Euros is on SiriusXM.
Oh my goodness, what a story!
Every match is now win or go home, and they can all be heard on Fox Sports Channel 83.
That is sensational!
Before and after the matches, hear what the experts are saying on SiriusXM FC 157.
They are proven winners right now.
No one is covering Euro 2024 like SiriusXM. Listen in the car or on the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
This
Slams a ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw.
In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays kept the good times rolling yesterday afternoon, winning the rubber match in San Francisco, taking 2 of 3 against the Giants, now having won 4 of their last 5 games, and Toronto will look for a 3rd straight win in Arizona tonight. Welcome, everybody, to the Sportsnet Radio Network. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you, alongside host Show Ali, producer Armin Zargarian, and technical director Tom Young. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Yariel Rodriguez gets the call tonight for Toronto, the first of 3 against the Diamondbacks. Rodriguez 1-3 on the season. His counterpart, Ryan Nelson, 6-6 for Arizona. It's the D-backs and Jays, and the first pitch is right around the corner. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery.
You're
and inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
The Euro 2024 final is here, and it's on SiriusXM.
Cue the celebrations!
England is searching for their first ever European title. While Spain is hungry to begin another era of Spanish dominance.
Johnny Olmo in some control. Can he put it away? It's gone in!
It's the final of the Euros. England versus Spain. Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox Sports Channel 83 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, John Schneider joins MLB Network Radio every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
The pitch from Hicks, and Vladdy sends it out to second base. It's picked up by Estrada over to Flores at first, and an RBI for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Vlad can hit the ball as hard as anyone. I think in that situation, that's a really, really good at bat, knowing that JT's coming up behind him. Kind of speaks to him as he gets older and, a little bit more mature and understanding, you're in the first inning. You want to try to do something to get your team off to a good start, not just yourself. It kind of sets the tone when you get your three-hole hitter doing that. It kind of just, sets a really good vibe for the rest of the day.
That, of course, is the voice of Blue Jay manager John Schneider speaking about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the big first inning that the Blue Jays had yesterday, jumping on the Giants that he got out to an early lead and ultimately won the ball game 5-3. As I mentioned off the top in the intro, Toronto takes 2 of 3 against the Giants, now winning 4 of their last 5 and trying to carry momentum into this final series before the All-Star break. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. And Madison, that is one of the keys maybe for the Blue Jays the last couple of games. It looks like they're starting to show some signs of this offense showing life.
And the signs that stick out to me are the quality of their at-bats. And I think that those back-to-back at-bats by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Justin Turner, both in the first inning yesterday, were just professional quality at-bats, realizing the situation for Vladdy coming up, having a runner over at third base, driving the ball the opposite way. He still gets out, but it's a productive out. It scores the first run of the ball game. And then Justin Turner following it up with a sac fly out to right field. That's textbook fundamental baseball right there, and a great way to start off that ball game.
So the Blue Jays, after winning 2 in a row, now sit at 43-50. Unfortunately, still at the bottom of the American League East. As we take a look at the Bet365 standings, download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. It's the Orioles still atop the East at 57-36. The Yankees in second place at 56-39. Those two teams are going to battle right now. In fact, I can update you. It's in the bottom of the 8th, and the Yankees lead the Orioles 3-1. Red Sox in the middle of the division, 10 games above 500 at 51-41. It's the Rays at 500, 47-47. And again, the Jays at 43-50. Madison, I hate to do this. I said this to Chris the last couple of days, Chris LaRue. I'm one of those guys that does, unfortunately, play the woulda, coulda, shoulda. The Jays were this close to sweeping the Giants. If we go back to that first game where they blew the lead in the 9th inning, they gave up a couple of runs, we could be talking about a Blue Jay team having won 5 in a row, going into a series against an average Diamondbacks team. And I would think it's going to take, if there's a turnaround coming, and it's a big if there's a turnaround coming, you're going to need a 7, 8, 9 game winning streak at some point. This could have been the time to do it.
I think that there are a couple of games that come to mind too where maybe they were this close to getting a win, ultimately ends up becoming a loss. Of course, the one that stands out the most is the one that happened the most recent with that walk-off wild pitch. Just a strange circumstance and sequence of events with the balls just not bouncing the Blue Jays' ways. Of course, there were other opportunities for them to win that ball game prior to the 9th inning and not letting it get to that point. Blake Snell was fantastic out there too, and so you run into a pitcher that had the hot hand, and we saw what ended up happening with that. But yeah, it does definitely feel like if they want to turn it around, and I know that it's getting really, really late, closer to the deadline, but if they want to turn around, they're going to need to have another one of those winning streaks, and it's going to start with the offense for me. I think the offense has to continue what they've been able to do the past couple of games by gaining that tiny bit of momentum, but they're going to have to carry that into this series against the Diamondbacks.
All right, we'll find out about the Blue Jay offense in a second. We'll give you the starting lineups, and we will start with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Batting first in right field, the left-handed hitting Corbin Carroll. Second, former Blue Jay. Of course, people are still kind of, scratching their heads a little bit, perhaps, over the deal. Not that Dalton Varsho hasn't been great. We'll talk about him in a second as well. But Gabriel Moreno bats second, the right-hander, the catcher for the Diamondbacks. Third in the lineup, the DH, Jock Peterson, the former Dodger, at first base. Batting in the cleanup spot, right-handed hitting Christian Walker. Geraldo Perdomo is fifth in the lineup for the Diamondbacks, the shortstop, the switch hitter. Randal Grichuk is sixth, batting the right-hander from the left fielder. It's Gino Suarez in the seventh spot, third baseman, swings right. Alex Thomas, the center fielder, is up next. He's a left-handed hitting center fielder. And bottom of the lineup, the second baseman, Kevin Newman. For the Blue Jays, George Springer will lead things off. Second in the lineup is Spencer Horwitz, then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladdy, the DH tonight, as Justin Turner, the cleanup man, will play at first. Dalton Varsho, the aforementioned left fielder, swinging left, of course, batting in the 5 spot. Alejandro Kirk is sixth. He's the catcher tonight. Third baseman Ernie Clement at 7. Kevin Kiermaier, a lot of chatter about him, and we'll get into that over the course of the broadcast as well. He's in the 8 spot tonight and playing in center field. And Leo Jimenez, the number 9 hitter, and he has swung a great bat thus far for the Jays. He is the number 9 hitter playing at short tonight with Bo Bichette still sidelined.
Definitely think it's an interesting feeling for Dalton Varsho being back at Chase Field for the first time since that trade went down. And also, I'm really glad to see him back into the lineup because it was a pretty bleak 48 hours there with all the injuries that seemed to come up, not just with the team up here in the majors, but also some injuries down in the minors. So it's really nice to see Dalton Varsho get back into the lineup because even though maybe at times he's scuffled a bit offensively, what he's been able to do defensively and even running the base paths, you feel that he makes an impact every single time he's in the lineup.
Ryan Nelson, the starter tonight for the Diamondbacks. He's the man that's going to try and slow down those Blue Jay bats. In 16 games this season, he's got a 6-6 record with a 5.08 ERA, 54 Ks on the year. And again, his counterpart, Yariel Rodriguez, 1-3 for Toronto with a 3.68 ERA, 29 strikeouts. We're just a couple of moments away from first pitch at Chase Field in Arizona, in Phoenix. And again, the Blue Jays with a chance to continue with the momentum after 2 straight wins against the Giants. They are hoping to keep it rolling against Arizona and go into the All-Star break on a high, on a winning note. We are set to go as George Springer steps into the box to lead things off for Toronto. And here's the first pitch. It's in for a strike as Springer slips a little bit, falls to his knees. It's 0-1.
I think this game today is going to be a battle of the fastballs between Ryan Nelson on the mound and Yariel Rodriguez. Both of them like to utilize that fastball, and George Springer was going after that fastball on that first swing. He fell down to the ground on that follow-through.
First pitch came at 9:40 Eastern time, and the second pitch fouled off. It was a 4-seam fastball. Knocked foul up and over the backstop by Springer. He's down 0-2. Nelson with the pitch. And Springer sends it up towards the middle, but it's cut off by Perdomo over to first to Walker. They get the out, and George Springer sits down. There's one away.
Decided to throw the first breaking ball of the game after back-to-back 4-seam fastballs that he's going to throw right around 95, 96 miles per hour. He found a lot of success with that pitch in the upper part of the zone in his last start against the Padres. Ended up going 6 2/3, only gave up 1 earned run in that last start.
That brings up Spencer Horwitz, 322 on the season, his average. First pitch outside, missing on a pitch clocked at 97. A 1-0 count to Horwitz. And the second pitch comes in on a cutter at 90, even in the count now at 1-1. A methodical delivery from Nelson as he comes back with the third pitch, missing high, a little bit outside as well, and it's 2-1 to Spencer Horwitz. And Horwitz swings at the next pitch and pops it straight up. It's into the infield, Out towards second base and camping underneath it with ease is Ryan Newman. There's 2 away.
It's just early in the ball game. Just 2 batters into the game, but it seems like Nelson's really trying to set up these batters with that four-seam fastball and then go to his breaking balls. That one was a 76-mile-per-hour curveball that he got Spencer Horwitz to swing at in a hitter leverage count and a 2-1 count, but he decides to take a hack at it, and it ends up being out number 2.
So that brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr., batting .287 on the season. 2 down here, top of the first. And the first pitch in for a strike on a fastball clocked at 96. First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 0-1 delivery fouled off down the first base side, and a quick 0-2 count to Guerrero.
Another couple of fastballs there, getting ahead very quickly, commanding the zone with that fastball too. And the Blue Jays have been hitting the fastball much better as of late, especially somebody like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who struggled on that pitch a little bit earlier this year, but has found his stride in the past couple of weeks.
Nelson with the 0-2 delivery, and Vladdy reaches down and sends it into center field. It's a base hit, and the Blue Jays will try and make something happen with 2 away.
And to me, that's another definition of a quality professional at bat by Vladdy, just paying attention to the pattern in which Nelson was throwing to the first 2 batters of this ball game, trying to get ahead early with those fastballs and then going in with the breaking ball. And this swing by Vladdy, too, you could tell that he noticed that pitch out of the hand. He lets go with his top hand to get full extension. He doesn't even use his legs on that swing, but he's still strong enough to get that thing out into center field for a 2-out base hit.
Justin Turner steps into the box. 238 on the season, his average. First pitch looked low out of the zone, but it's called a strike, and Turner not happy about that one. Fastball came in at about 95, and it's an 0-1 count to Turner. With Vladdy on first and 2 away, Turner does have 5 home runs on the season in 78 games played. And the next pitch came in, and that looked like it was a strike, but it was called a ball, so I guess it's even in the wash now.
You and I were just talking about that before this game, too. There have been a couple of what I'm going to call fluid strike zones, I would say, over the past couple of games.
Yep.
Maybe a little generous in some spots. That one looked like it definitely was in the zone.
And Turner tries to jump on the 1-1, but fouls off that fastball. Clocked at 96, sends it up and over the first base dugout, and he's now down 1-2. Toronto trying to strike early like they did yesterday against the Giants. Ultimately winning 5-3 in that afternoon tilt before they hopped on their flight here to Phoenix. The next pitch fouled off, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
Justin Turner really trying to adjust with his bat path on those fastballs at the very top of the zone. Trying to flatten out that barrel a bit to almost feels like as a batter that you're trying to get on top of the baseball, even though your bat path doesn't quite literally get on top of it. But that's what you're telling yourself as a batter, just to make contact with that pitch.
The 1-2 pitch outside. Moreno tried to frame it and pull it back into the zone. It looked pretty close.
A couple of very close pitches on that outside part of the strike zone. That one did not miss by much, if it did miss at all.
So now Turner works it to 2-2 again. Vladdy's still out at first. 2 out, top of the first. The 2-2 delivery. Another one fouled off down that first base side, up and over the dugout and into the stands. In fact, that one a little bit further down the right field line. And we will do it again at 2-2. Turner working deep here against Nelson. This will be his 17th pitch thrown here in the opening inning. The leg kick and delivery. And guess what? Another one fouled off down the right field side.
A good 2-strike approach here by Justin Turner, too. Some good velocity on those fastballs consistently coming in, 96, 97. But you have to respect the breaking balls that Nelson's going to throw. That curveball and that slider combination. And on that swing, that foul ball to the right side, that pitch was low and in. And you could tell that 2-strike approach for him. He's trying to cover all speeds.
And he just got Turner looking. Turner didn't like the call again, but that certainly looked like it caught the outside part of the zone. So he sits down, and the Blue Jays fail to get on the board. Vladimir Guerrero stranded at first. We head to the bottom of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face. Come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom. Visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Sprinting back, Varsho curling at the track. He leaps, and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. We get set to start the bottom half of the first inning. No score. And the leadoff man, Corbin Carroll, for the Diamondbacks. Left-handed hitting right fielder takes a first pitch from Yariel Rodriguez outside, and it's a 1-0 count. Carroll hitting .209 on the season in 91 games. The 1-0 pitch caught the outside edge on a fastball at 92. It's 1-1.
It's definitely been a bit of a slow season for Corbin Carroll after being the National League Rookie of the Year last season. Has been struggling a bit up at the plate, trying to find that consistency from the left side.
Swing and a miss on the 1-1. It's now 1-2.
A lot of his struggles have to do with those pitches up in the zone, too. He found that his bat path was a little bit too flat, and he wasn't able to get to the pitches up in the zone, and that was a strength for him last season, was being able to crush those fastballs up and even up and out of the zone.
Rodriguez takes a deep breath. He's got the sign from Kirk, and he came in with the junk. The curveball nearly caught Carroll, but he fouls that one off. We'll do it again at 1-2. How important is this start for Yariel Rodriguez?
I think it's going to be huge for him to just continue to build upon that momentum that he gained in his last start. I thought he looked really solid in his outing against the Mariners, had great control and command of his fastball.
The 1-2 pitch. And we saw the fastball right there missing outside, though. It's 2-2.
One thing I felt like he's done really well in his past two starts is avoiding the middle part of the strike zone with that fastball. He was so good against the Mariners at just nailing those outside edges of the zone, and he's got some really good late life on his fastball too.
And he came back with a slider missing at the top of the zone. It's now 3-2.
It does seem at times that he almost just loses his command randomly. Even thinking back to that start against Seattle, he was mowing batters down left and right and then walked two batters in a row, but he was very quickly able to settle in and get the next couple of outs.
The 3-2 pitch, he came inside. It sent out to first, picked up by Turner, and a nice flip to a covering Rodriguez at first to get the speedster Carroll by about a step at first. That's a great play by Justin Turner.
It's a really nice location for that pitch, too. It sounded like it broke Carroll's bat as he was running down that first baseline, but jams him up here. Justin Turner has to run a long way to his right to make that backhanded play on the ground ball, and Yariel Rodriguez immediately took off from the mound and was able to cover first for the first out of the inning.
So Gabriel Moreno comes up now. The right-hander, or right-handed hitting, catcher, wearing that 14 on the back of the black Diamondbacks jersey. 252 on the season with 4 homers, 31 runs batted in. The 0-1 pitch, just missing outside, a little bit low as well. It's now 1-1.
I think both of these starting pitchers are just trying to figure out what sort of pitches that they're going to get called early in this game. That one very close on the low and outside part of the plate. At times has been a bit generous. Other times a little tighter on the zone.
Rodriguez missing with the slider outside and down low. It's now 2-1 to Moreno. No score, bottom of the first. Game just started about 10-12 minutes ago. And on the 2-1 pitch, nice job by Rodriguez to come back with the slider. A big swing and a miss by Moreno. It's now 2-2.
You could tell by that swing by Moreno, he was anticipating he was going to get a fastball in that situation. He was way out in front on that slider. A good location, definitely within the strike zone, but good late movement and took a little bit of velocity off of that pitch. Got him way out in front to get him even in the count.
Rodriguez gets the sign from Kirk, shakes off the first one, and then nods his head. And the pitch. Came back with the slider. It's fouled down the first base side. It's in foul territory, but in play. And Turner, after making a magnificent play moments ago, he bobbles it, drops it, and new life in the lungs of Moreno.
That ball hung up in the air so long down the right field line. I definitely thought that George Springer had a chance to call off Justin Turner on this foul ball, take charge of that ball, and end up catching that one. It's a really difficult play for the first baseman to make because they're having to run back behind them. They don't have a great read on it. And that's the situation where I would have preferred to see George Springer take charge on that one, call him off, and catch that ball.
Well, at least if it's an afternoon game, he can blame the sun.
Very true, but
right?
The roof is closed.
Justin Turner's got nothing, nobody to blame now. So again, we'll do it again at 2-2. Rodriguez comes back, tried to catch the curveball, but Moreno was having no part of it, way outside. And again, working to a full count.
Yeah, no doubt that they were going to keep the roof closed because I believe it's a mere 111 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that all?
In Arizona today. But it's a dry heat, they say.
Of course, yeah. Makes all the difference. Swing and a miss and a strikeout for Rodriguez. He came back with a similar pitch, that curveball. Not quite as far outside, but definitely outside and low. And Moreno chased it. There's 2 down.
It's an interesting dynamic that we're seeing early from Rodriguez because you go back to his last start, he threw primarily fastballs, majority fastballs, and now you're seeing him really go to that breaking ball quite a bit and got that big swing and miss on that 83-mile-per-hour slider low and away.
And this brings up the number 3 hitter, Jock Peterson. He's the DH tonight, left-handed hitting DH. As Rodriguez gets the sign, the leg kick and the delivery. And the pitch catches the bottom part of the zone on a fastball. It's 0-1. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you in the Timbermart broadcast booth. We appreciate you tuning in on a Friday night or evening, wherever you are listening across this country or across the globe. The 0-1 pitch down in the dirt, 1-1. Peterson batting .272 on the season. As Rodriguez gets the sign and comes back with the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Peterson was a name that was kind of thrown around Toronto a little bit as well as a possible Blue Jay. Might he be a target of Toronto, and ultimately it didn't come to fruition.
And he was a target in those conversations because of the power potential that he has, especially coming from the left side. Already 13 home runs on the season so far.
And now ahead in the count 3-1 as Rodriguez misses way outside on a fastball, clocked at 96.
And this is another one of those at-bats where it just feels like Yariel Rodriguez just doesn't have quite a feel for the strike zone, which is vastly different than what we saw in his previous 2 starts.
The 3-1 delivery. And it caught the outside edge, allegedly. Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, says, yes, that was a strike. And
if you're going to get the call, you might as well just keep on throwing it there.
And if you're a Blue Jay fan, you love it.
And if you're Yariel Rodriguez, you absolutely love it, too.
And it's a 3rd straight batter to start this game for the Diamondbacks that has worked the count to 3-2. But thus far, Rodriguez has been able to get out of any kind of trouble. Harrell sat down on a ground out, and then Moreno struck out. The 3-2 to Peterson, and he pops this one up into right field. Should be an easy one for Springer as he comes towards the line in fair territory, makes the grab, and that will indeed do it. So the Diamondbacks go down 1-2-3. We head to the second. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, it's Billy Joel here. It's back. All my music on my very own channel, the Billy Joel Channel.
Because you had to be a big shot.
His songs, his stories. There were these two Italian guys that owned this recording studio. Wow, they had a piano, they had microphones, and I was really impressed. I wanted to know what everything was. What does that do? What does that do? What does that do?
The Billy Joel Channel, happening now for a limited time. SiriusXM Channel 79 and the SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Great American Getaway 400, presented by VisitPA.com.
from Pocono Raceway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you, wherever you are, with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Welcome back. Getting set to start the second inning. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. No score, Jays and Diamondbacks. Top of the second. And Dalton Varsho, against his former team, will lead things off here in the second inning. First pitch outside from Ryan Nelson. Missed on the fastball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss from Varsho on another fastball. It's 1-1. His average has dipped down to below 200 at 196. Has shown power this year, though. And just shy of 40 runs batted in. Fouls off the 1-1 down the first base side on the ground. And now down in the count, 1-2.
We've seen him really throughout the past two seasons try a couple of different things with his swing just to get things going. I know he introduced a toe tap last year, just trying to see if he could keep his weight back, and just been struggling on those pitches up in the zone as he takes a fastball way up and out of the zone from Nelson. And with somebody like Nelson who throws that fastball so often, if I'm throwing to Varsho right now, I'm not messing around with anything down in the zone. I'm going to keep those fastballs up and try to get him to chase at something.
The 2-2 pitch down in the dirt, and Dalton holds off on that one. It's now 3-2.
That's a good take, too. Trying to throw a little bit of a different eye level with that breaking ball down in the dirt. A changeup that he just lost his grip of.
Nelson gets the sign from Moreno. And the pitch on the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Varsho sits down. It's a second strikeout now for Nelson. There's one away.
Nelson just reared back and put a little extra something on that fastball. That one was actually low and inside, right in Dalton Varsho's wheelhouse, but because I think the setup pitch with that changeup, the pitch before that 97-mile-per-hour fastball looks like it's coming in a little bit faster because your eyes get used to seeing that off-speed pitch.
The number 6 hitter in the Toronto lineup, Alejandro Kirk, the right-handed hitting catcher, steps in for the first time, and the pitch low and outside by about a ball's width. And a 1-0 count. That fastball came in at 97, the fastest we've seen thus far from Nelson. And working a little bit quicker right now. The 1-0 pitch. Tried to come back with the slider, missing. It's now 2-0.
Alejandro Kirk has made some adjustments with his swing, too, and he's been hitting the ball pretty well. The biggest adjustment that I see is looking back at his swings from last year and even at the beginning of this season, letting go on his follow-through in his swing. Now, since he's made some adjustments to be a little bit more compact with his swing and make sure that he's staying on the baseball a little bit longer, he's actually not letting go on his follow-through. And I do think that it has made a bit of a difference, and it's clicked. Something has clicked for him up at the plate because he's been able to spray the ball all over the field. And when he's at his best, he's driving the ball the opposite way.
He took a ball for a 3-0 count, but then just watched a strike come in. He was taking the entire way, so it's now 3-1. And to Madison's point, Kirk in the midst of a 4-game hit streak, 8 for his last 15. We'll see what he can do here with the 3-1 count. Nelson with the pitch, and Kirk tried to send it up the middle, diving at short to make the grab. Perdomo, and unfortunately, Kirk doesn't have the best wheels. We all know that. And he gets thrown out by about a step at first after Perdomo dove and still had time to make the throw and make the play.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have been playing really well recently. I think a lot of that has to do with the resurgence of their offense, but their defense has been outstanding. They have made incredible plays, especially the past couple of games, and Perdomo diving and running a long way up the middle, actually flips around on his back, throws it across the diamond, still in time to get Alejandro Kirk at first base. I think if anybody else were running down the baseline for the Blue Jays,
You'd be there right now.
He would be safe.
I'd be there right now.
But because it's Kirk, he gets thrown out by an incredible play.
Too bad for Kirk. It brings up Ernie Clement with 2 out. And Clement turns on one, sends it to left, but a shoestring catch out in left field by Randall Grichuk to make the grab, record the out, and send the Blue Jays packing in this second inning. We go to the bottom of the second. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bases loaded. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. No score. Bottom of the second. And Christian Walker will come to the plate for the Diamondbacks. The first baseman, right-handed hitting. And the first pitch coming way inside on a fastball from Rodriguez, a 1-0 count. Diamondbacks went 1-2-3 in the first inning. So Walker, the cleanup man, with 22 home runs and 66 runs batted in this season. Second pitch from Rodriguez missing outside on a slider. It's 2-0.
Christian Walker having another great season for the Diamondbacks, and it really does seem, especially as of late, that he can hit literally anything that you're throwing up there, whether it's up, whether it's down. He's found a way to put good barrel on the baseball. You can see Rodriguez pitching very carefully, trying not to miss on the heart of the strike zone.
He went inside, he went outside, he went up high.
None of them in the zone.
Don't throw one down Main Street now at 3-0. Don't do that. The 3-0 delivery from Rodriguez. and high and inside 4 straight balls, and the first base runner of the evening for the Diamondbacks as Walker will take the trot down to first.
I was thinking about it before this game started that if I'm on the mound, where would I try to throw to Christian Walker? And there's not a lot of spots that you can throw where he's going to miss. Majority of his strikeouts have come on pitches that are up and away, so maybe that's the only area that you might be able to get something past him. But with the way that he's been seeing the baseball right now, I'm not too upset about the leadoff walk to him to start off this inning.
This brings up the shortstop that we saw in the top half of the inning, making that beautiful diving grab and throw to first to get out Alejandro Kirk. It's Geraldo Perdomo, switch hitter, batting from the left side against the righty Rodriguez. Takes the first pitch for a strike on a fastball clocked at 93. The pitch from Rodriguez, and this one is a soft little bloop pop-up to second base. Camping underneath it with ease is Spencer Horwitz. There's one away.
Back-to-back very well-located fastballs there for Rodriguez as well. One on the inside part of the plate and one on the outside part of the plate. Both of them right on the edges of the zone, and that's where you want to live, especially if you're going to get some of those calls. Those pitches, when you decide to take your barrel off of your shoulder, not easy pitches to get solid bat on. So if you're able to ride those edges of the strike zone, you're going to have a good day out there on the mound.
The one-time Blue Jay, Randall Grichuk, up next. And the first pitch down Main Street, fastball at 94 and an 0-1 count. Grichuk, the left fielder, right-handed hitting against the righty Rodriguez. Grichuk batting .279 on the season. The 0-1 delivery, and Grichuk sends it foul down the right field side about 20 rows deep. And down in the count now, 0-2. No score. Jays and Diamondbacks, bottom of the second. Arizona does have a runner on right now. Christian Walker led off this inning with a walk. He's still standing on first. And on the 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. He did catch a piece of it, Grichuk did, but a nice squeeze from Kirk. And Rodriguez punches out Grichuk on the slider.
And that's one of those sliders, too, where out of his hand it looks like it's going to stay in the strike zone. By the time you decide to swing, that's when you notice that it's going to end up on the outside part of the zone. Still a pitch that I think was close enough to where you have to swing with 2 strikes, but a lot of late movement on that slider from Rodriguez.
Hey, Eugenio Suarez comes up, and that's the last time I say his first name tonight. In the game
Textbook,
notes,
though.
they call him Gino.
Textbook.
So we're going with Gino. All right? The rest of the night, it's Gino Suarez. The first pitch, a strike. Second one quickly came back from Rodriguez. High in the zone, it's 1-1.
He's been hitting the ball extremely well, too. Another one of those bats that provides a lot of power in the middle of this Arizona order. His solo shot yesterday was all the Diamondbacks needed to beat the Braves.
And Suarez just dribbled one off the end of his bat into foul territory down the first base side, picked up by Justin Turner. He'll toss it into the stands for a fan. An early souvenir and a 1-2 count. See, if you say the first name really fast, it's kind of easy. Hey, Eugenio. It's when you try and slow it down and try and look at all those phonetical ups and downs and whatever. So it's better just to go with Gino.
Well, you've crushed it a couple of times already.
Thanks. Gino is down 1-2. Rodriguez comes back and another swing and a miss, and Rodriguez with 3 strikeouts early to sit down the Diamondbacks here in the second inning. We head to the third, no score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Pizza.ca. At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
IKF slams the ball down the left field line, way back and gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. First pitch of this third inning, Kevin Kiermaier goes swinging, and he grounds out to first base as Walker picks it up, makes the play, and there's one down. I'm actually going to be out in St. Stephen, New Brunswick later on this summer for a charity golf tournament.
Oh, there you go.
So I'll have to stop by the local Crown retailer. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully I don't have any rust issues with my rental car. One out, top three, as Leo Jimenez comes up. And the first pitch to the youngster, in for a strike, catching the inside edge, an 0-1 count. Nelson good with the fastball at 94. He's looked pretty good early in this game, as has Yariel Rodriguez. No score, top three. And the 0-1 high, it's 1-1.
I've been impressed, too, with Leo Jimenez's at-bats so far since he's been up. I think he's got a really great eye, so I'm curious to see with the strike zone that we've seen what his approach is up at the plate.
And Leo comes after the 1-1, sends it out to right field, but it should be plenty of room for Corbin Carroll, and it is. The left-hander makes the grab, tosses it back in. There's quickly two down.
I think because, like you mentioned, both pitchers are doing a pretty good job here early part of this ball game. It's forcing some batters to maybe swing at more pitchers' pitches early in the counts, like that pitch right there, that slider, 85 miles per hour, low and outside. Probably something in that early of a count that you'd want to let by and see if you could get something better to hit. But because they've shown that they're commanding the edges, you almost have to take your bat off your shoulder.
First pitch to George Springer, back to the top of the order. It's fouled off by Springer. Down the right field side, 0-1. Nelson looks in at Moreno. Gets the sign. Here's the windup. The pitch. High and outside, it's 1-1. Every time you buy Jays Care 50/50 ticket, you're making a real difference in your community. Not only can you win a life-changing amount of money, but you're also giving thousands of kids the opportunity to play baseball and be a part of a team. Win some incredible prizes in the process by visiting bluejays.com/5050 to get your tickets in Ontario or Nova Scotia. The third pitch on the 1-1 catches the outside edge on a fastball, and now Springer down 1-2. Springer fouled off the next pitch. High in the zone, a fastball at 97 straight into the backstop. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Not too often, too, is Nelson staying in the same spot back-to-back pitches. Even with the fastballs that he's thrown to Springer in this at-bat, he's throwing some up in the zone, locating some down in the zone, trying to consistently change that eye level.
And Springer goes down in the zone to swing at one, grounds it out to short, and it's picked up by Perdomo, throws to first. Walker had to kind of go down in the dirt a little bit to grab that one, but nevertheless made the play. Sits down Springer, sits down the Jays. We go to the bottom of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The final major championship of 2024 is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Up toward the hole, has a chance, and it goes! Rory McIlroy with an overhand fist bump.
Coverage of the 152nd Open Championship begins Monday, July 15th, with play-by-play beginning Thursday, July 18th on Open Radio.
He's holding the big one. Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year.
Hear the 2024 Open Championship on Channel 92 when you're in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Welcome back. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you, getting set to start the bottom of the third inning from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Collect air miles on your next home improvement buys at Timber Mart. And hey, make it a double play by scoring even more air miles when you purchase with your Timber Mart credit card. For details, visit Timber Mart, Canada's building center. First pitch to Alec Thomas. No good. It's a ball. Missing on a fastball. It's 1-0. Rodriguez coming back with pitch number 2. And he came in with the curve. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1.
I like mixing things up a little bit, going to that curveball early in the count. He's thrown a lot of the sliders as far as breaking balls go, but that one has a lot more depth to it when he's able to throw that curveball. 75 miles per hour.
Came back with that curve again, just missing inside, maybe a little bit low as well. And now a 2-1 count to Thomas, batting just 175 on the season, the left-handed hitting center fielder. The 2-1 pitch, high and outside, 3-1.
Thomas has had to deal with some injuries this year. Seems like a common thing for a lot of the players on this Diamondbacks team, and goes for a lot of the players on the Toronto team as well, just battling some of those nagging injuries. Arizona really excited to get him back into that lineup.
The 3-1 pitch down Main Street, 3-2. Might have been a little bit low, but still definitely in the zone. Fastball, or sinker, I suppose, clocked at 93, and now a full count. Definitely don't want to lose a guy that's batting 175.
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting, too, how good of a job Alejandro Kirk is doing, especially on those pitches low in the zone, of framing those and bringing them almost up into that strike zone to make sure that he's getting those calls.
The Let's Go Blue Jays chant breaking out in little pockets in Arizona. The 3-2 pitch. It's sent out toward left field, down the line. Back is Clement, but then called off by Varsho to make the grab in fair territory right at that line. And there's one down.
Seems like there have been a lot of Blue Jays fans on the West Coast in the past couple of series. Of course, in Seattle, there's always going to be a ton of Blue Jays fans over there. Quite a few in San Francisco, and now you're hearing the chants early in this ballgame in Arizona.
I wonder how many maybe tried to make a trip of it, doing the whole thing. It's got to be a relatively cheap trip, I would think, to go from Seattle down to San Fran. Might be a little bit more to go San Fran to Arizona and then have to get back home, wherever the hell home is. Hey, it's their money, not mine. Next batter up, swinging on the first pitch, Kevin Newman rips one down the left field line. It goes into the corner and gets stuck under the padding. In fact, I think it might have not even got stuck. Oh, it did. I was going to say it might have rolled under the fence and into the bullpen, but it was stuck under the padding right at the bullpen gate. Either way, that halts play, and it hands a stand-up double to Kevin Newman.
Tried to throw that breaking ball, that curveball for a first pitch strike, and it just hangs it up in the zone. It's a really nice swing by Newman to wait on that pitch and drive it out to the outfield, and somehow that baseball found itself wedged in between the padding and the gate out in left field.
So that was the first hit of the ball game for the Diamondbacks, and it immediately puts a runner in scoring position with just one down as we hit the top of the order with Corbin Carroll. The left-handed bat, the right fielder. Carroll grounded out to first in his first at bat. No score, bottom three. The 1-0 pitch, and Carroll fouls it off. It's 1-1. Newman out at second thanks to that double moments ago. Moreno on deck. And Carroll sitting with a 1-1 count. Rodriguez, quick look at second. Turns and fires on the 1-1 down in the dirt. Nice block there. Just with the glove from Alejandro Kirk. It's now 2-1.
Looked like the first splitter of the ball game that we've seen from Yariel Rodriguez. Mixing up the pitch mix quite a bit here in the bottom of the third inning. Seen a lot more of those curveballs. Less fastballs, less sliders, and then goes to the splitter there just to get another different look in there.
And again, a quick glance at second, the 2-1 delivery. And that one is sent into right field. It's a base hit, and it'll be an RBI for Newman. Turning the corner around third and scoring with ease. Newman comes in, Carroll with the RBI, and the Diamondbacks strike first. It's 1-0 Arizona.
I am surprised that they decided to go back to that slider low and inside to Corbin Carroll. Like we talked about in his last at-bat, he's been struggling quite a bit this year on fastballs, particularly up in the zone. Now, last year, that was definitely a strength for Corbin Carroll, but here they go away from that location, decide to throw that slider that's going to break low and inside into his barrel. He gets jammed up a bit on it, too, but he's still able to fight that one off and drive it out into right field for the first run of the ball game.
And now a quick toss over to first from Rodriguez, trying to keep Carroll honest. Arizona leading 1-0. Up until this inning, they hadn't recorded a hit in the opening 2 innings, but now back-to-back base hits, a double and a single, and the early lead.
Both of them on breaking balls, too. And I did feel like his fastball was definitely a strength for him in his previous 2 starts, especially his start against the Mariners. Really good late life on the fastballs, right on the edges.
Moreno ahead in the count, 1-0. And the 1-0 pitch catches the outside edge on a fastball. It's 1-1, and you definitely, have to be concerned about the speed of Carroll. He has 16 stolen bases on the year. He's got the lead at first right now. And the 1-1 pitch. It's sent up in the air down the right field side. It's going to make its way into the stands for Moreno, so he still has life at 1-2.
Carroll definitely bouncing around quite a bit over at first base. He ended up with 54 stolen bases. Last year was caught stealing just 5 times all of the 2023 season. Been caught 5 times this year, but does have the 16 stolen bases. The 1-2 pitch, way high, 2-2. 48 pitches thrown now for Rodriguez here in the bottom of the third. Looked like he showed a little bit of frustration after that miss way up and out of the zone. Didn't like something about his delivery or something about his release on that pitch.
And he quickly throws over to first again. And, of course, the fans don't like that. Some boo birds coming out. No fan in any stadium likes when you throw over to first. 2-2 to Moreno.
Not near as many boos as Justin Turner had when he was in San Francisco, though.
That's a good point.
You knew when he was coming up to bat.
Yep, that is a good point. The 2-2 pitch. Carroll takes off. The throw down to second. On the money from Kirk, but it doesn't matter. The speed of Carroll got there in time, sliding ahead of the tag.
You knew it was just a matter of time before Carroll was going to take off and try to steal second base, and he gets a great jump off of first. You could see him creeping further and further out as he noticed as soon as Yariel Rodriguez lifted his leg to go to the plate, he immediately took off. He's got great footwork on his leadoff, slides easily into second base.
And the pitch that came in, the fastball missing. It's a ball. It's 3-2 now to Moreno. Rodriguez looks at second at Carroll, turns, fires inside, and now a walk issued to Moreno. So a double, a single, and now a walk. With runners at first and second for the Diamondbacks, there is still just one out with Jock Peterson coming up.
After missing a couple of times well outside of the zone with the four-seam fastball, Yariel Rodriguez tries to go to a sinker, but just way too much arm side run on that pitch, and it's not even close to the strike zone.
Peterson with 13 homers this season, and he's got 2 on right now. ...38 runs batted in for Peterson. Would love to make it more right now. The first pitch down in the dirt from Rodriguez, missing on the splitter. It's a 1-0 count. That was pitch number 50 for, check that, 51 for Yariel Rodriguez.
He's thrown a little bit of everything in this inning, and he has not had a consistent feel for the strike zone with any one of his pitches in this inning, whether it's that four-seam fastball, the sinker, the splitter down in the dirt. We've seen a changeup down in the dirt as well.
Carroll at second with the speed. He's dancing as Peterson just turned on one and ripped a line drive about 20 rows deep down the first base side down into right field. And the count sits now at 1-1.
He was all over that pitch, especially with the way that Rodriguez has been falling behind in the count. When he throws that first pitch, Paul, you can pretty much guarantee that he's going to try to come back with something in the strike zone. And Peterson was all over that one.
Now Rodriguez turns and tries to fire one over to second base, and Jimenez had to come across onto the second base side of the bag to make sure he secured that ball. Rodriguez really whipped that one over there. Nearly threw it into center field. Quick look at Carroll. Now staring down Alejandro Kirk with the pitch on the 1-1. It's fouled off. Right at the Blue Jay dugout, and now 1-2.
Working a couple of pitches low and inside to Jock Peterson, and his home runs go to the right side of the field. He is trying to pull the ball with some power, driving it that direction, and Rodriguez is playing right into his hand by throwing the ball low and inside.
Diamondbacks leading 1-0, bottom of third. 2 on, 1 out. The 1-2 pitch. They try and go outside, and it works. In fact, it was high in the zone, not quite outside. Either way, a swing and a miss for Peterson, and another strikeout for Yariel Rodriguez, his 4th of the game, and a big one right there.
And that looked to be the strategy in that at-bat, is to get Jock Peterson thinking that you're going to continue to throw those breaking balls on the low and inside part of the plate, even through that one fastball low and in, and try to set him up for the fastball up and away. The way that Alejandro Kirk was set up, I think that he wanted that pitch a little bit further on the outside part of the zone, but because it was up enough, he got that big swing and miss.
And now Pete Walker comes running out of the Blue Jay dugout, heads out to the mound. The entire infield huddled up now on the mound with Rodriguez, trying to map out the game plan for the next hitter, Christian Walker. There are 2 down, but 2 on for the power-hitting Walker. We told you his numbers earlier in the game, but we can give them to you again. He has been an absolute beast this year with 22 home runs and 66 runs batted in.
And this is not the time, if you're the Blue Jays, that you want him up to the plate with 2 runners on, especially 1 runner in scoring position. The Diamondbacks have been very good with runners in scoring position and 2 away in 2024. So far, they are batting .252 as a team in this situation.
So Walker steps into the box. Rodriguez onto the rubber. Gets the sign from Kirk. The first pitch in for a strike. Nice placement there on the outside edge on the fastball, and an 0-1 count. Walker walked in his first appearance of the game just last inning. The 0-1 delivery low and outside. It's now 1-1.
None of the pitches in that previous at-bat were anywhere close to the strike zone either, just not even giving him a chance to take the bat off of his shoulder. Here you almost have no choice but try to attack that strike zone, but definitely would be careful about not missing over the heart of the plate, because that's where he's going to make you pay.
The 1-1 came a little bit inside. That ball had some movement on the fastball. It's fouled off by Walker up and over the backstop. Now a 1-2 count.
It does feel at times that his four-seam fastball has a little bit of arm side run to it. Of course, he's going to throw that sinker that's going to break even harder inside to the right-handed batters, but that late life on that pitch, I think he can really use to his advantage.
The 1-2 pitch. Tried to catch him with the slider a little bit outside. Walker held off. It's 2-2. Walker hitting .261 on the season. Staring back at Rodriguez. He comes with the 2-2 delivery down Main Street. It's dribbled down the line to Clement. He barehands it, bobbles it, I don't think he would have had to play at first anyway. It'll be an infield hit for Walker, and the bases are loaded.
That ball was just an unfortunate break for the Blue Jays because Yariel Rodriguez throws
hit for Walker, and the bases are loaded.
That ground ball was just an unfortunate break for the Blue Jays because Yariel Rodriguez throws a really nice pitch. It's a slider low and away from Christian Walker, and he gets him to hit this. Really nice pitch. It's a slider low and away from Christian Walker, and he gets him to hit this ball. But he almost hits it so much that Ernie Clement over at third base just does not have a chance to make a play on this ground ball because he was playing so far back behind third base, respecting the power that Walker has. He charged it and even tried to field that one barehanded, but just no shot for Clement to make a play on that.
So the base is juiced now for Geraldo Perdomo. Batting from the left side, the shortstop takes the first pitch, and it's a strike. High in the zone. He didn't like the call. 0-1. And on the 0-1, Perdomo sends it up, and it'll make it to the stands. It was into the backstop, and Kirk thought he might have had a play, but it goes up and over the net, and there is still life now for Perdomo, but an 0-2 count. And Arizona this season batting over .350 as a team with the bases loaded.
Just even those two stats between their stats with the bases loaded and their stats with two away and runners in scoring position, that's telling me that their offense is being very productive when they get runners on base, doing whatever they can to score those runs, even if it means being productive with two away.
Perdomo asks for time, steps out of the box, reaches down and adjusts his shoes, stretches out a little bit, now steps back in. He's behind in the count, 0-2 with the bases loaded. Arizona leading 1-0. Their lone run came in this inning a little bit earlier. The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt, and a great block there by Kirk. 1-2. Rodriguez has now thrown 62 pitches, and we still aren't out of the third inning.
Diamondbacks are really running up that pitch count, being very selective on those marginal pitches on the outside of the zone, but a lot of pitches going down in the dirt too.
And the 1-2 pitch low, they check down at third base. And the sign comes in saying, no, he didn't go. It's now 2-2. I forgot to write down the third base umpire. It's Charlie Ramos. Sorry, Charlie. The 2-2 from Rodriguez. High on a fastball, and now 3-2. Needless to say, a huge pitch right here for Yariel Rodriguez. Bases juiced, 3-2 pitch in for a strike and caught looking. Perdomo sits down and Rodriguez froze him with a nasty slider. We go to the fourth. Diamondbacks leading 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Great American Getaway 400, presented by VisitPA.com.
From Pocono Raceway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you, wherever you are, with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody!
This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Fourth inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Spencer Horwitz will lead things off for the Jays here in the top of the fourth inning. He popped out to second base in his first at bat. Jays have yet to score. They trail 1-0. Arizona getting a run in the bottom of the third moments ago. And a fastball coming in for a strike to Horwitz. Pulling even in the count now. Ryan Nelson at 1-1. Third pitch low and inside. Now Horwitz ahead 2-1.
This feels like the inning that the Blue Jays really need to capitalize, because you go back to the bottom of the third inning and the Diamondbacks could have put several more runs on the board than just the one that they were able to get across.
Horwitz got underneath one, sends it out to center field, shading toward right center, but an easy grab nevertheless for center fielder Alex Thomas. There's one down.
Horwitz getting jammed up on that fastball on the inside part of the plate, but still looked like a pretty good pitch that he could go after. Seems a bit disappointed as he's walking back into that dugout right now, knowing that he just missed a pretty good pitch to get a hold of.
This brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He has the only hit for the Blue Jays thus far. Singled in the first inning with 2 out. We'll see if he can get things going here in the fourth. First pitch down Main Street, a fastball, good for a strike. Clocked at 95. It's an 0-1 count.
Pretty interesting, too, because it looked by Vladdy's posture that he was taken all the way on that first pitch fastball that pretty much went right down the middle.
Nelson with the pitch inside and high. It's 1-1.
Almost would have anticipated, since he had such a good swing on that base hit back in the first inning. It was with 2 strikes, but it was that slider that was way down and outside that he made the adjustment with, that you could almost bet on the fact that you're going to see a first pitch fastball in the next at bat.
Vladdy fouls off the third pitch. The 1-1 is sent down the right field side, and now down in the count 1-2.
And now he's seen 3 straight 4-seam fastballs in this at bat. The first one the best of all 3, but that last one that he just took a hack at was a pretty good looking pitch too.
Vladdy batting .289 on the season. The 1-2 pitch, and Guerrero sends one to right field, and camping underneath it is Corbin Carroll to make the grab. There's 2 away. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and more, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for details. Always devilishly good. The big score to mention, the Yankees beat the Orioles 4-1. Baltimore has now lost 4 straight games.
You talked about that momentum for the Blue Jays, and it feels like if they could get on a bit of a run here, it could change the trajectory of their season. A lot of that has to do, of course, with the way the Blue Jays are playing, but also the way that some other teams in the AL East are playing, because the Yankees have not been playing well recently, and you just mentioned the Orioles losing 4 straight now.
First pitch was a strike to Turner. He just fouled off the second pitch, and it's now an 0-2 count to Justin Turner. Boston losing. They've actually played well. One of the few teams in the East that has been kind of turning things around. 7-3 over their last 10, but a loss tonight at home against Kansas City. They drop it 6-1. The 0-2 pitch to Turner outside, no good. Now 1-2. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth here in the top of the fourth inning with the Blue Jays trailing 1-0. The 1-2 pitch, and again Turner is caught looking. Same result as his first at bat. He shakes his head, drops his batting gloves, and we go to the bottom of the fourth with the Jays down 1-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Carnival is at the core of Toronto culture. Stand out in the crowd with your Blue Jays neon hat giveaway. The colors, the music, the heat, the vibes.
I don't know who's having more fun, the players or the fans.
Be at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays celebrate Caribbean Carnival and create core memories of summer in the city.
Everybody's feeling good right now.
Arrive early on Friday, July 26th and claim your Blue Jays neon hat. Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit bluejays.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
IKF flips to Schneider, one sidearm to first, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start this bottom half of the fourth inning. Yariel Rodriguez on the bump. Randall Grichuk, the leadoff man in this inning. The number 6 hitter in the Arizona lineup. Playing in left field tonight. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off down toward the third base side dugout. And he's down in the count 0-1. Grichuk striking out in his first at bat. And swinging at the second pitch, sends it to center field. It's deep. It's over the head of Kiermaier, off the base of the wall. Then Kiermaier bobbles it, picks it up as Grichuk turns the corner, heading to third. And it's a triple for Randall Grichuk. He hit that to the deepest part of the park and ends up getting 3 bases out of it.
After fouling off the first pitch splitter in this at-bat, he goes after a four-seam fastball that is piped straight down the middle of the strike zone. Hits it right on the money over the head of Kevin Kiermaier in center field, who bobbled it around a little bit after it hit the wall on the bounce in center. He wasn't able to field it cleanly, had to step a couple of steps to his right to pick it up barehanded to finally get that ball back into the infield. But it gives Grichuk enough time to get all the way over to third base.
It's not very often you see a ball get past Kevin Kiermaier. With his speed, his range, he doesn't let that happen very often.
No, and he typically makes those plays look really easy, but it almost looked like he lost the ball a little bit going back towards center field, and just a bit awkward as that ball bounced off of the wall and actually ricocheted off of him to his right. So not typically a type of play that we see from Kiermaier. Now, I do think the level of difficulty to catch that one in the air was going to be off the charts, but if he fielded that ball cleanly initially off of the bounce, he might have been able to keep Grichuk to just 2 bases.
Eugenio Suarez up again. Gino Suarez fouls off the first pitch down against his foot, and he was a little gimpy for a second, steps back into the box, trying to shake it off, and takes a slider for a ball outside, now even in the count at 1-1. So Grichuk standing on third with none out. He was the leadoff man and a stand-up triple. The 1-1 to Suarez. It was down in the dirt, but he offered at it. That was a strike. So Rodriguez gets ahead in the count now at 1-2. Fooled him with that slider. Kirk looking down toward the third base side, gives the sign to Rodriguez. Yariel comes set, and the pitch, swing and a miss, and a big strikeout right there. Suarez sits down. There's one away.
Benefits of getting ahead in the count there is you can expand the zone with that slider, and it's great late movement on this pitch too, setting it up with the 2 pitches prior, going way outside, getting that big swing and miss against a batter that's been seeing the ball incredibly well recently. Suarez has 3 home runs in his last 5 games.
6th strikeout of the game for Rodriguez. He's thrown 71 pitches. He's been in some trouble, but he's found a way to get out of trouble. Can he do it again after giving up the leadoff triple to Grichuk, who still stands on third, with Alek Thomas coming up? First pitch to Thomas, no good. It's a ball. Missing on the fastball was Rodriguez. Down in the count, 1-0. Second pitch outside, missed on the curveball. It's 2-0. Rodriguez comes set. The 2-0 delivery, and that one a little bit high, but swinging at it was Thomas. Fouls it off. It's now 2-1.
They've got the entire infield here playing in too, trying to cut down that run if they were to get a ground ball hit to the infield. And right now, with the way the Blue Jays are swinging the bat, every single run almost feels like 5 or 6 runs because they have not been able to have consistent quality at bats against Ryan Nelson.
The 2-1 pitch way high, 3-1. Thomas flew out to left field in his first at bat. That dropped his average down to 171 on the season. You certainly don't want to lose him right here at 3-1. Go at this guy. And they missed way high and outside. The free pass to Thomas. Now runners on the corners for Arizona with just 1 away.
And I'm with you. That's one of the at-bats, especially with the fact that Alek Thomas has been dealing with some injuries this year. Just his 42nd at-bat that we just saw. Go right after him. Pump something right down the middle even. Challenge him to do something with one of those pitches. But a lot of non-competitive balls that are way outside of the strike zone in that at-bat.
So it's now Alek Thomas sitting at first with Randall Grichuk at third. Those are your runners on the corners, bringing up Kevin Newman. The number 9 hitter in the Arizona lineup had a double last inning in his first at bat. Pete Walker getting on the phone, so probably going to see some action in the Blue Jay bullpen. The first pitch to Newman inside from Rodriguez on the sinker. It's a 1-0 count. Rodriguez gets the sign from Kirk. The 1-0 pitch came inside, fouled off down the third base line by Newman. It's 1-1.
Seems like a bit of a gift of a swing there by Newman, because that's another one of the sinkers that missed way off and inside. But he decided to take a hack at it, fouled it off, and got Rodriguez back even in this count.
The 1-1 pitch. And it's sent toward right field. Back for it is Springer. That'll be plenty of room for Grichuk. He tags and he's going to score. Springer throws the ball into second to make sure that Thomas doesn't advance to second. So the Jays, unfortunately for Blue Jay fans, give up another run on the sac fly. It's 2-0 Arizona. There's 2 away.
Went back with another sinker that was low and inside. This one not quite as far off of the plate, and Newman was still able to battle that one and stay inside that baseball enough to drive it deep enough out to right field. And a smart play by Springer to go ahead and just throw that ball to second base, because there was no way he was going to be able to get that out at the plate.
So now Alek Thomas on first with 2 out. And we go back to the top of the order. Third at bat for Corbin Carroll, and we're just in the 4th inning. Carroll last inning had a base hit and a stolen base. And his base hit gave him an RBI as well. The 1-1 pitch in for a strike. The splitter catching the outside edge. Check that. The first pitch, I apologize, was a strike. And now that splitter, a second straight strike that Carroll looked at. So it's 0-2.
Another one of those marginal pitches on the outer edge.
That's why it confused me. And Carroll just got punched out on another one that might have been a little questionable, but you'll take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan. Run to that 5th inning, but the Jays are down 2-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
SiriusXM Triumph. Get real answers with Dr. Laura.
No nonsense advice about relationships, marriage, kids.
Tough love.
It happened is not a phrase anybody uses when they take responsibility.
Inspiration.
Every time you go to bed with a negative thought, you have to match it up with a positive one. That's your new rule.
Dr. Laura, plus Megyn Kelly, Glenn Beck, Nancy Grace, and Dave Ramsey. All on Triumph, SiriusXM 111, and on the SiriusXM app.
Before the USA Basketball Men's Olympic team headed to Paris, the team's managing director, Grant Hill, sat down for an exclusive town hall interview on SiriusXM NBA Radio, hosted by Coach K.
Coach, you've assembled rosters. It's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. I left people off that I love, that I'm a big, I want to tune in and watch. That was hard.
Hear our town hall interview with Grant Hill, hosted by Coach K, whenever you want with the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search Team USA.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $200,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheer on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca. The inning starts with Dalton Varsho at the plate for the Jays, and he sends one out to center field. It looked like it was sinking, but still plenty of time for Alec Thomas to get underneath it, make the grab, and there's one away.
Varsho struck out on a fastball in his first at-bat, and this time Nelson comes in with that cutter pretty much right down the middle, but he's not able to square that one up. Almost sounded like he got a bit jammed on that swing, on that weak fly out to center field.
Alejandro Kirk up next. And the pitch to Kirk is down Main Street for a strike on a fastball clocked at 94.
And Kirk might be 0 for 1, but he was definitely robbed of a base hit because of the great defensive play by Perdomo at shortstop.
Kirk now dribbles one through the little gap that was there between third and short, sends it into left field, and it's a base hit for Alejandro Kirk.
That's one way to make sure that you get a base hit after getting robbed the first time around, is making sure that the ground ball is way out of reach of the shortstop that robbed you the first time.
Yeah, right between Perdomo and Suarez at short and third respectively. So Ernie Clement comes up now with a man on, just one away. Clement flying out to left field in his first at-bat back in the second inning. Pitch catches the bottom part of the zone, the outside edge, allegedly. And down on the count, 0-1.
I think at this point in the game, though, you've got to understand that that's a pitch that's going to be called on both sides of the plate, and for both pitchers.
The 0-1, a little bit high in the zone, and Clement went after it, fouled it off, straight back over the backstop. 0-2 count now to Ernie Clement.
You know, the pitchers love those calls. The catchers love those calls. And as a batter, all you want is for it to be consistent. And if it's going to be called all game long, then keep calling it all game, and they'll find a way to adjust.
Yep. Clement now down 0-2. But he just punched one to right field. It's going to make it into the corner. Get on your horse, Alejandro Kirk. He's around second. He's going to be held up at third, but Clement a stand-up double. And now second and third for the Jays here in the fifth inning.
Been so impressed with how composed Ernie Clement has been so far this season in his at-bats and adjusting to what the pitchers are trying to throw him. And since he's been able to show that he can hit breaking balls, he can hit off-speed pitches, these pitchers have gone back to trying to throw fastballs to him, which is exactly what he wants. And this one is a 98-mile-per-hour fastball, the hardest fastball that we've seen from Nelson tonight, but it's pretty much right down the middle, and he drives it the opposite way for a great stand-up double.
Brings up Kevin Kiermaier, his left-handed bat against the right-handed pitcher, Ryan Nelson. facing some trouble for the first time. 2 runners in scoring position for the Jays. They trail 2-0. A golden opportunity right here. Toronto hitting .364 on this road trip with runners in scoring position.
And at the beginning of the game, we talked about how the offense has really looked good and how they've gained some momentum. And through the first 4 innings of this ball game, it looks like the offense that everybody has grown accustomed to seeing for the majority of this season, and not in a good way. But you think that this could be that opportunity to turn things around here in the middle of the ball game.
Kiermaier sends one out to second. It's picked up by Newman over to first to record the out, but Kirk comes in to score. So Toronto does get on the scoreboard, cuts the lead to 2-1. And advancing over to third is Ernie Clement.
It's a quality, productive at-bat by Kevin Kiermaier, knowing that he's just got to try to find a way to pull that ball to the right side, because Kevin Newman was playing really deep at second base. And because he pulls that ground ball a couple of hops over to Newman, it's going to easily score Alejandro Kirk for the first run of the ball game for the Jays.
First pitch to Jimenez inside. Nope, they say it caught the edge. It's a strike on a fastball. 0-1 count.
That strike zone just keeping you on your toes
today.
Yeah, it is.
I know. I got to stop guessing. Just wait to see the sign, because I'm guessing wrong almost every time. 0-1 count to Leo. And the second pitch, another strike, and 0-2. You want to say it?
I'm curious if he called that one on the swing or if it was on the pitch, because to my eyes, it looked like Jimenez held up his swing, and if that was called on the pitch, then that thing was way up and out of the zone.
I didn't want to say it again. The 0-2 down Main Street, that was a strike. And Leo goes down 3 straight pitches, and that ends any threat for the Blue Jays. But they do get one, so Arizona leads 2-1 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This weekend, the NBA world descends on Sin City, and NBA Radio has you covered for every second of Summer League.
Connect, goes strong to the basket, scores, and he's fouled. Just what the doctor ordered.
We're bringing you courtside with the decision makers and legends of the game.
The Hall of Famer Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
The Lakers, they have AD. He's awesome.
Hear live coverage from Summer League all weekend long on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
I'm Rocco Mediate. Music and golf are coming together on Rolling the Rock with Alice Cooper and me. I'll talk with the rock and roll legend about his career and passion for the game that we all love.
There's a putt, must be 90 feet long, and you make that putt, or walking off and you say, I could never make that putt again in
100 years. PGA Tour Radio is your exclusive home to Rolling the Rock, and you can hear the show anytime with the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 5th, this injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prera will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. Inices Cabrera coming into the ballgame for the Jays, but as we look at that injury report, again brought to you by Bergmanis Prera, perhaps the biggest news is we're still keeping an eye on Bo Bichette. He's still considered, Madison, day-to-day. May do some baseball activities tomorrow, according to John Schneider.
Well, we know earlier in the season he was on the IL for right calf soreness, but it seems like from what we've been hearing from everybody that it's a separate injury, that they're not tied to each other, even though it is on the same leg. So you definitely hope that Bo Bichette can get back into the lineup sooner rather than later, but you do wonder if the Blue Jays are maybe taking a little bit more time knowing that they're just about to head into that All-Star break.
Gabriel Moreno, starting things off here for the Diamondbacks in the bottom half of the fifth. He took 2 straight balls, but now just fouled off the 3rd pitch from Cabrera. The count now sitting at 2-1. And speaking of 2-1, that is the score right now. The Diamondbacks leading Toronto 2-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Cabrera shakes off the first sign from Kirk. Now he steps off the rubber, and I guess the 2 players with their signals crossed a little bit here as Kirk now hops up from his crouch and heads out to the mound to have a quick chat with Cabrera.
I'd imagine, too, coming into this ball game, the Blue Jays were hoping to maybe get at least 6 innings out of Yariel Rodriguez, but because the command of his pitches just didn't seem to be quite there, or quite what it was in his previous 2 starts, that pitch count started to run further and further up, and they decided to make a change in this bottom of the 5th inning with Cabrera coming in.
Cabrera down in the count, 2-1 to Moreno. It's the sign from Kirk. The leg kick and the delivery. And he drops in a beautiful curveball for a strike. It's now 2-2.
The one piece of information that I'm sure Alejandro Kirk has communicated to Cabrera, and if I'm Yariel Rodriguez, I'm definitely telling Cabrera, is that especially on the low part of the zone can be a little bit generous towards the pitchers. Try to use that to your advantage.
Moreno just sent one out to right field, but pretty much right at George Springer. He just had to take a couple of steps to his right, make the grab, and there's 1 down.
That cutter, he missed with that pitch pretty much right down the middle, but it happened to go straight to George Springer out in right field. Good for the first out of this inning. Rodriguez had some good movement on his pitches, but like we were talking about in between innings, it was the non-competitive pitches that I really felt were not helping his cause today. The pitches that were missing by several inches outside of the strike zone or missing down in the dirt, those are pitches that can get batters back into counts. Even if you're ahead in the count as a pitcher, when you miss by that much, it can completely throw off the pitch sequence, too, that Alejandro Kirk is trying to work with back behind the plate.
First pitch in with the cutter, an 0-1 count to Jock Peterson, and now quickly back with a sinker for a strike and 0-2. Rodriguez, his night over. Yariel Rodriguez gave up 4 hits, 3 base on balls, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts. I wish it was only 3 balls.
It'd be a pretty efficient night.
And a swing and a miss for Jock Peterson, and a big strikeout there for Cabrera, 2 down. Cabrera kind of danced off the mound after that pitch and seemed to fist pump in excitement over that one, mowing down Jock Peterson.
He's thrown a couple of very well-located cutters here in the bottom of the 5th inning, just nailing that low part of the strike zone and that late movement down and away from the lefty Peterson. It's a really good sign from Cabrera. I like when he's able to hop off the mound, too, because it shows a bit of confidence in what he's throwing out there.
First pitch to Walker in for a strike as they paint the outside edge on a changeup. And now Walker down 0-1. He's 1 for 1 in this ball game with a walk and a base hit. Again, the power looming large with 22 homers. And the second pitch down in the dirt inside. It's 1-1. Walker's got those batting gloves that look almost like MMA gloves. They've got so much padding on the hand around the knuckles.
Got to protect the hands,
those
right? Protect the hands,
huge.
protect the fingers.
1-1 pitch. Outside, way outside from Cabrera. It's 2-1.
Well, a few games ago, you saw Vladimir Guerrero Jr. get hit in the fingers, too, and actually let go of a couple of bats. I want to say that it was in Seattle that the bat kept flying over to his left on the follow-through. Maybe had something to do with those fingers.
The 1-1 pitch outside again. This one on a sinker at 96. Walker now ahead in the count, 2-1.
But Walker definitely very well guarded with all the gear that he has up there. On the left elbow, on the hands, on the left leg.
And now that one down in the dirt, and they lose Walker. The 3-1 pitch, no good. Second base on balls for Christian Walker as he heads down to first. It will bring up Geraldo Perdomo. Bottom of the 5th. Arizona leading Toronto 2-1. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you in the Timbermart broadcast booth. Thanks for tuning in on a Friday night. And the first pitch to Perdomo down in the dirt. It's a ball and a 1-0 count. Missing on that curveball, clocked at 80 miles an hour. The 1-0 pitch. Right down Main Street on the curve. It's 1-1. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Atlanta leads San Diego 4-1. Seattle and the Angels tied 4-4, bottom 5. And in the bottom of the 9th, the Cubs lead the Cardinals 5-1. Perdomo just sent one straight up the middle into center field. Charging at it is Kiermaier. He picks it up, and because of his speed getting to that ball quickly, they're able to hold Walker at second. So it will be first and second for the Cardinals.
Perdomo's been swinging the bat pretty well against lefties so far this year, batting .313 against lefties coming into this ball game, and he's going to go ahead and raise that batting average with that nice base hit straight back up the middle on one of those cutters that was low in the zone, but he stayed long through the zone with his extension. Drove it hard out to center field, almost a little bit too hard. Like you mentioned, Kevin Kiermaier got to that baseball extremely fast, so nobody could advance any further.
Well, and that's huge with the 2 outs. Obviously, to keep Walker at second and not have him on third. Randall Grichuk coming up. He had a stand-up triple in his last at-bat, in fact, last inning, and he sent it to the deepest part of the park, and a rare miss for Kevin Kiermaier, who wasn't able to track it down up against that center field wall. Pete Walker coming out to the mound to have a few quick words with Cabrera and the rest of the infield. Grichuk with a big smile on his face, sharing a few words with Alejandro Kirk, facing his former team, one of his former teams in the Blue Jays. We get set for the first pitch to Grichuk. Cabrera delivers right down Main Street on a changeup and an 0-1 count. Arizona leading Toronto 2-1. Bottom of the 5th with 2 out and 2 on. And Grichuk just fouled one down the third base line, off the wall into left field, picked up by the ball boy. He's down in the count, 0-2.
I like the location of these cutters from Cabrera because he's working them both inside and outside, but they're hitting that low edge of the strike zone. And right there, because that pitch was so far low and in, there was nothing Grichuk could do but foul it off hard to the left side.
The 0-2 pitch. Fouled straight back. Clocked at 98, that fastball from Cabrera.
Reaching for a little bit extra on that fastball there. I like that from him in this situation, especially with as hard as Grichuk just swung on the pitch prior. Why not rear back and pump in 98? So I think if that pitch was any slower, Grichuk would have been all over that one.
Ryan Burr up in the Blue Jay bullpen warming up right now. We'll do it again at 0-2. The pitch from Cabrera is fouled off down the right field side deep into the stands as Grichuk continues to battle here, trying to stay alive. 2 on, 2 out for the Diamondbacks.
Another one of those four-seam fastballs that he just threw, coming in at 97 miles per hour. Typically his average is about 96, so he's putting a little extra something on it.
And Grichuk just popped it up into center field. Plenty of room for Kiermaier to camp underneath, make the grab, and that will do it. We go to the 6th. Arizona still leading 2-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
So, you want to be a loony dogger, eh? Are you the relish ringleader, seventh inning snacker, TikTok topper, or ketchup king? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the home run hound or value virtuoso, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Sixth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they've awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. And swinging at the first pitch to start this sixth inning is George Springer, who sends it to the gap in right center and then turned on the Jets as he came around second. I think many in the ballpark thought he might stay there, and he kept on going, Madison, into third with a triple to begin this sixth inning.
Ever since George Springer has made that slight adjustment with his swing and where he's holding his hands, he has been so efficient in getting to a variety of different fastballs, and this is a cutter that's breaking away from him, and he's able to drive that one the opposite direction, dive easily into third base for his first triple of the season.
He was not slowing down at second. Like, he was thinking triple the whole time. Horwitz up next, sends it to left field, tagging, diving head first into home, and safe at the plate is Springer. The Blue Jays have tied the game.
Loving the aggressiveness. 2 pitches and a run coming across for the Blue Jays to tie the ball game. George Springer swung at the first pitch, and then Horwitz comes up, and he gets a first pitch cutter that he takes a cut at. Really like this here because you notice that Nelson was getting ahead early in the count with his fastballs, whether it was with the four-seam fastballs or whether it was with the cutters. And here the Blue Jays taking advantage of that hunting the fastballs and trying to take it away from him.
It wasn't super deep either from Horwitz, but it was certainly enough for Springer with his speed and the fact that the throw from Grichuk came a little bit up the line. Vladdy now swinging at the first pitch, breaks his bat. It almost split right down the middle as Vladdy runs to first with half the bat. But, folks, I'm talking from the barrel to the handle, half the bat in his hand. And then he takes that broken piece and snaps it across his knee as he runs to the Blue Jay dugout.
This pitch was definitely going to be a ball, so I'm not sure how Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was even able to get his hands inside of that pitch enough to get any of the bat on it, but it got right on the handle, snapped that bat in half. And then he further snapped it in half by snapping it across his knees
after
he got
split like that, though, right? Lengthwise, like
it went straight down the middle. But he was definitely not happy with that swing.
Justin Turner up, takes the first pitch for a ball, a 1-0 count. Second pitch outside. I was waiting to call it a strike because that's been a strike most of the night, but it's now 2-0 to Turner. Blue Jays have tied the game at 2-2 here in the top of the sixth. Turner swing and a miss on the fastball. It's now 2-1.
And it looked like Nelson was taking note after just throwing 3 pitches in this inning, and all 3 of the first Blue Jays to come up swinging at that first pitch. He started off Justin Turner with a couple of pitches outside of the zone and then pumps one in there for a strike on that swing and miss.
Now Turner fouls one off down into the right field corner into the stands. It's 2-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. San Francisco leading Minnesota 3-0. The Giants at home against the Twins. The Dodgers beating the Tigers in Detroit 4-3. The 2-2 pitch from Nelson. inside, but it looked like Turner swung. He did. That's 3 strikeouts on the night now for Justin Turner, and the Blue Jays are retired, but they get a run thanks to the leadoff triple from George Springer. We are tied 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Kenny Chesney, spreading the word that my SiriusXM channel, No Shoes Radio, is free to listen in cars now through July 31st. You'll hear my music and some of my personal favorites, plus guest DJs, live songs, and backstage jams on tour. Hanging in the tailgates with No Shoes Nation and a lot more. Now through July 31st. Go to SiriusXM.com/No Shoes Radio. Listen free to learn more.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Hopefully you get a couple guys going at the same time, and we're just looking for consistency. It's been tough, it's been frustrating at times, but also feel good about the progress that certain guys have made and that the progress that we've made in terms of, our prep and our work.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long. Is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth as we get set to start the bottom half of the 6th. Ryan Burr into the game now for the Blue Jays. The right-hander with the first pitch on the outside edge. It's a strike to Suarez. Suarez 2 strikeouts in the ball game, and now even the count at 1-1 as that fastball came a little bit too far inside from Ryan Burr.
Be curious to see if Burr sticks with this fastball here or if he decides to throw Suarez a slider.
And that pitch a little bit too far outside. That's been a pitch that's been a strike almost all night, but that one called a ball.
I guess you could call it a good take by Suarez.
Suppose. The 2-1. He offered at that one. It was down in the dirt on a nasty slider, but no doubt he broke the wrist. It's 2-2.
There's the first slider that you're going to see from Burr. He had a really good outing against the Giants when he came in relief through 2 innings. Didn't give up a single hit or an earned run in that ball game.
The 2-2 pitch and another slider. And Suarez went chasing. The strikeout for Burr. There's 1 down.
I wonder if Suarez was maybe thinking he was going to get some of those sliders early in the count, but because Burr was able to set up those pitches by establishing the fastball, getting ahead early in the count, that's when you can start to throw those breaking balls down in the dirt and start to get those swings and misses. He ended up throwing majority sliders in his last time out. Going to mix those sliders with that four-seamer.
Alec Thomas comes up, takes the first pitch, another slider, good for a strike, clocked at 84, and Burr ahead 0-1. Blue Jays and Diamondbacks tied 2-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Jays were down 2-0, but they have responded to tie this game. Thomas fouls one off, dribbling one down the third base side. And now down in the count 0-2. These two teams will go at it tomorrow night, even later the start time than tonight. 7:10 local in Arizona, 10:10 Eastern, as Burr just fired a fastball right down Main Street, clocked at 96. Thomas caught looking. There's 2 away.
You could even tell by the hesitant swings from Thomas that he just wasn't sure how to react to that slider because it's got such great depth to it. And when you get the batters thinking, that's when you just start to pump in that four-seam fastball, 96 miles per hour, and froze him up.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Burr. as he now faces the number 9 hitter, Kevin Newman, who went chasing on a slider that was down in the dirt. Might have dribbled it off the tip of his bat, but doesn't matter. Either way, it's a strike for Burr, ahead in the count, 0-1.
I'm wondering, did this pitch even reach home plate? It looked like it bounced in front of home plate.
I think you're right. Newman gets a hold of this one, sends it out to short, picked up by Jimenez. Over to first, makes the play as Turner dropped to one knee at first base, secured the ball, got the out, and that will do it for the Diamondbacks. We go to the 7th. Tied 2-2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Verdugo for his 7th strikeout.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. Top of the 7th inning, tied 2-2. Dalton Varsho to lead things off for the Jays, swinging at the first pitch. He fouls it up and over the backstop. And an 0-1 count. Ryan Nelson still in the ball game for the Diamondbacks, and why not? He has thrown only 74 pitches.
He's been extremely efficient even since the Blue Jays were aggressive first pitch in the last inning.
And Varsho jumped on the second pitch. Fair ball. It paints that line on the first base side. It goes into the corner, and Varsho turning on the Jets. Around second into third with a triple as the Blue Jays do it again. Back-to-back innings with leadoff triples.
How about that speed from Dalton Varsho, too? I knew automatically off of the bat that this thing was going to be a stand-up double, but Dalton Varsho never takes a play off, and he busts it hard straight out of the batter's box. That ball just barely lands right inside that foul line, but he has his eyes on it the entire time that he's running to first base and rounding first, heading into second. Doesn't even break stride heading into third base. His 4th triple of the season.
Yeah, he slid into third, but he didn't need to. He could have stood up. The throw didn't even come in. Alejandro Kirk swinging at the first pitch. Maybe the Blue Jays have caught something from Ryan Nelson, because as you said last inning, they're swinging at the first pitch almost every time.
Well, and typically what do pitchers try to do? They're trying to get ahead in the count, whether it's with fastballs or if it's with off-speed pitches. So you can use that to your advantage if you're a batter, knowing, hey, they're going to try to get ahead early. They're going to try to throw a strike, so why not be aggressive early in the count? And now it looks like he's taken note of that by missing a bit further outside of the strike zone than we saw him do earlier in the ballgame.
That second pitch to Kirk, high and outside. It's 1-1. So Varsho on third, just like Springer was to start the last inning, and they were able, the Blue Jays were, to cash in Springer on a sac fly from Spencer Horwitz. So Alejandro Kirk is hoping to do the same or more. Heck, a base hit. I could be greedy. Let's say a home run. But I'll take the sac fly.
I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. I'll take the home run, too.
The 1-1 pitch. Fouled straight back. Up and over the backstop by Kirk, and now he's down on the count 1-2.
Now, if you're behind in the count, you're just doing whatever you can to try to have a productive out to try to score that runner over at third base. And like we talked about earlier, Kirk has been swinging the bat extremely well recently.
The 1-2 pitch fouled off again as Kirk battles. That pitch came in at 98. Still throwing heat in the 7th inning, Ryan Nelson.
Kirk already has 9 hits so far in the month of July. On that 4-game hit streak, also has an RBI in each one of those 4 games.
And now 5 games with this one tonight.
Stand corrected, 5-game hit streak. Maybe he can extend the RBI streak as well.
Absolutely, that'd be great.
We're just going to speak it into existence.
Again on third, Dalton Varsho after that leadoff triple. Kirk even in the count at 2-2. Nelson gets the sign from Moreno. The leg kick and delivery, and Kirk rips it right at Perdomo at short. He bobbled it for a moment, throws over to first to get the out, and as a result of that heater that was sent straight to Perdomo, Varsho had no chance to go anywhere.
I think because Alejandro Kirk just got a little bit jammed up on this 4-seam fastball, and because the infield was playing so far in with the runner at third base, it just happened to go straight to Perdomo. A bit hesitant on that dive to his left, did bobble it a bit, made sure to check Dalton Varsho back to third base before he threw it across to first. A bit of an awkward defensive play, but he's still able to get that out.
And Perdomo comes up shaking his left hand, might have caught that one a little bit awkwardly and feeling something on that catching hand. As the Diamondbacks are now huddled out on the mound, discussing the game plan right here as they get set to face Ernie Clement.
Ernie had that really nice double down the right field line on a fastball. So these are the conversations that you're having too. Do you want to attack him early with the fastball, which is what Nelson has typically done throughout this ball game, but also you're kind of playing into the strengths of Ernie Clement and what he's shown you already in this ball game. Do you try to throw him something different? Maybe throw him a changeup? Possibly even throw in a slider, see if you can get him out in front?
So home plate umpire Doug Eddings broke up the huddle. And we're set now for Clement swinging at that first pitch from Nelson. He fouls it up and over toward the first base side, about 10 rows deep of the dugout. 0-1 count to Clement. Blue Jays and Diamondbacks tied 2-2. Dalton Varsho standing on third after a leadoff triple. The Jays still trying to cash him in and maybe more. Now Nelson stepping off the rubber. And he steps back on, getting set for Clement. Ernie 1 for 2 in the ball game. He doubled in his last at bat. This one comes high and inside. A heater at 98. The count sitting at 1-1.
Both pitches, both fastballs that he's thrown to Ernie, both have been on the inside part of the plate, maybe trying to see if they can get him jammed up on one of those high velocity fastballs coming in 97, 98.
Same spot, and you just called it.
Goes right back to the same exact location. I think part of it, too, could have a little bit to do with, at times, Clement does kind of step across his body when he does go to stride, getting him a bit tied up on those pitches up and in.
So Clement now down on the count 1-2. And he fouled off that fourth pitch. They tried to come inside again at 98.
That one not quite as far inside as the previous pitches, but still clearly trying to locate that fastball up and in if they're going to throw him a fastball. They do not want to miss anything over the plate, something that he can get his hands extended on.
The 1-2 pitch with Varsho at third, and Clement goes up to get it. That one clocked at 99 miles an hour.
It's always fascinating to me, and I enjoy watching it, the swing adjustability with somebody like Ernie Clement and how he's able to climb the ladder with his barrel to still be able to get a piece of that pitch that wasn't even close to the zone and the hardest pitch that Nelson's thrown all night.
And now Nelson comes back with a slider, and Clement just held on. It was outside and low as he pulls even now at 2-2.
It's a great take, too, after seeing 5 consecutive four-seam fastballs to hold up the barrel on that slider, missing down and away. Stay alive to see another pitch.
The 2-2 pitch, and he just chased one way out of the zone, but it hit his bat and it fouled off into the backstop. It's 2-2.
The way that he's able to hit pitches up in the zone and pitches down in the zone, like the changeup that he hit out of the park off of Logan Webb, so much variability in the way that he's able to approach the baseball with his bat path.
Nelson now up to 88 pitches thrown. The 2-2 delivery to Clement. And Ernie just misses down that third base line by about a foot or two at most. That would have been a golden chance for the Jays to take the lead. We're getting the replay from our TV friends, and it was probably more like 3 feet. I said a foot or two, but it was still close enough.
Made solid contact with that pitch, too. Another one of the sliders that he actually just missed over the middle of the plate.
The 2-2 delivery. They came inside on Clement. He sends it out into shallow center. It should be enough for Varsho. There's going to be a play at the plate. Thomas gets underneath it. Here comes Varsho. Sliding into home. He's safe. And the tag wasn't even laid down. He got there in plenty of time, and the Blue Jays have taken the lead.
Just a heck of an at-bat by Ernie Clement, battling on pitches that were in the zone, battling on pitches that weren't even close to the strike zone, but just trying to find a way to stay alive, to get a pitch that he could handle, get something that he could hit deep enough out into the outfield to score Dalton Varsho. You know Varsho's got great speed at third base, so you've got a little bit of wiggle room as far as how deep you need to hit it out into the outfield. But the battle that he just showed to give his team the lead with that at-bat, after we were talking about how Nelson was keeping the pitch count down really low, that's one way to drive it up with just one at-bat.
And now Nelson up to 91 pitches thrown as he misses on the first one to Kevin Kiermaier. The cutter no good. It's 1-0. Kiermaier 0 for 2 in the ball game. Next pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. We didn't even mention earlier in the game, Madison, that Kiermaier has cleared waivers and is still thus on this roster and in the starting lineup tonight.
And I can't think of a more professional way to handle that situation than the way that Kevin Kiermaier handled it yesterday. Kind of a bit of an awkward situation when it seems like the rest of the world finds out that you've been put on waivers in the middle of a ball game. Plus, not to mention, he had a great ball game yesterday with a couple of hits and a great defensive play out in center field, but just handled it like a true professional after the ball game.
He fouls off the 2-1 and now even in the count at 2-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Oakland with a big win, a surprise win over the Philadelphia Phillies in Philly. The A's win 6-2. Tampa Bay beating Cleveland 2-0, shutting out the Guardians. The 2-2 pitch, Kiermaier fouls it off. We'll do it again. Here in the top of the 7th, Toronto has taken the lead. They were down 2-0, but they have scored a run in each of the last 3 innings, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and now 1 here in the 7th to take a 3-2 lead over the Diamondbacks. 2-2 pitch is high, and now full is the count to Kevin Kiermaier. Bryce Jarvis warming up in the Arizona bullpen as Ryan Nelson is approaching 100 pitches thrown. The 2-2 fouled off again by Kiermaier.
After that pitch, Nelson turned around and kind of shook out his throwing arm. 94 miles per hour on that four-seam fastball, with the pitches that he was throwing to Ernie Clement in that at-bat getting up to 98 miles per hour. Vastly different on that pitch he just threw to Kiermaier.
And now Kiermaier sends one on a ride to right field, but it's not going to be enough. Camping underneath it to make the grab is Corbin Carroll, and that will do it for the Jays. But again, they get a run after the leadoff triple from Dalton Varsho. Now Toronto leads 3-2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So, you want to be a loony dogger, eh? Are you the relish ringleader, seventh inning snacker, TikTok topper, or ketchup king? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. You'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the home run hound or value virtuoso, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Hurts smacks it down the left field line. This one's got a chance. It's good.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you in the bottom of the seventh inning. Blue Jays now leading the Diamondbacks 3-2. Harry Potter night at the ballpark returns to Rogers Center on Friday, August 9th. You could be sorted into your own Hogwarts house with the Blue Jays Harry Potter House Raglan shirt giveaway to the first 15,000 fans. I don't know what I'm saying right now, but I'm sure it makes sense to Harry Potter fans. There will be photo opportunities, games, prizes, and more. Visit bluejays.com/Harry Potter to get your tickets today. I don't know what a Raglan shirt is. I have heard of Hogwarts, but I know Harry Potter is huge, and that'll be a big night at Rogers Center on August 9th.
I'm a Harry Potter fan, so I did understand.
You know.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying right there.
Like, tomorrow night is Star Wars night in Arizona. That's more my thing. I can talk Star Wars, but I can't talk Harry Potter.
It's going to be the Lord of Scurriel Jr. bobblehead night. I believe he's going to be a stormtrooper, yeah.
Yep. I believe it's the stormtrooper with the purple hair to match Gurriel's
gotta have the purple
vibrant purple hair.
Gotta have it.
Brendan Little now into the ball game for the Blue Jays. And he's even in the count at 1-1. Third pitch comes in. It's 2-1, low and inside to Corbin Carroll, the leadoff man for the Diamondbacks, the number one hitter in the lineup, the left-handed hitting right fielder. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup right here with, again, Carroll ahead, 2-1 in the count. Little with the pitch. Inside, 3-1. And you certainly don't want to give up a walk to the leadoff man.
Especially with the way that he runs the bases, and he's already stolen one base already in this ball game. But the walks definitely were a problem for Little in his last outing against the Giants. Gave up a couple of hits, but it was the two walks that he gave up that really ended up hurting him.
Nice pitch right there, a sinker at 96. Carroll swings through that one. It's now 3-2. Ryan Burr pitched extremely well for the Jays last inning, but I guess maybe with a couple of lefties coming up, you try to go for the matchups?
That's what I can think of, especially with Carroll and with Jock Peterson, too.
The 3-2 pitch sent right back to Little, and he contorts his body to make the grab, flip it over, underhand to Turner to get the out. There's one down.
It's a really athletic play from Little. Not hit extremely hard off the bat. That pitch was well inside, and Corbin Carroll got very jammed up on it. But because Little is left-handed and he's going to fall over to the third base side of the mound, he actually had to turn and kind of contort his body to the other direction to make a play on that ground ball. But able to come up with it, and out number one.
Brings up Gabriel Moreno. Walked in the third, but an 0-for-2 night otherwise. Flew out to right field in his last at-bat back in the fifth inning. And the first pitch comes in from Little, a sinker, good for a strike and an 0-1 count. Pitch number two, a little bit too far outside. No good on the knuckle curve. Moreno now even in the count, 1-1.
Getting a look at Ketel Marte, who looks like he might come in to pinch hit for Jock Peterson, standing out on deck right now.
The 1-1 pitch. Moreno chops it, charging for it at short. Jimenez throws to first, gets the out about a foot ahead of Moreno. There's 2 down.
Jimenez had no choice but to charge this ground ball extremely hard and throw it on the run because it was so softly hit and hit straight down into the dirt. Takes 2 hops on its way to him. Grabs that one, fires it immediately, has to get rid of it. You don't have any time to aim with that throw at all, and it's a really nice stretch by Justin Turner, who had to stretch out towards right field to make a play on that one, but hangs on just long enough to get out number 2.
So you mentioned it. Ketel Marte does indeed come into the ball game. As Jock Peterson, the DH, will sit down. They wanted, I suppose, the right-handed bat against the left-handed pitching Brendan Little.
We were talking about Alejandro Kirk's now 5-game hit streak. Well, Marte had a 21-game hit streak going earlier this year. He's having a fantastic season, batting .286 with 18 home runs and 52 RBIs so far this year.
2 down here in the bottom of the 7th, as Marte will try to get things going with a little 2-out rally for the Diamondbacks. They trail the Blue Jays 3-2. First pitch from Little, down toward the dirt on a knuckle curve. It's a 1-0 count. Coming up for the Blue Jays in the 8th, Jimenez, Springer, and Horwitz, barring, of course, any lineup changes. Little gets the sign from Alejandro Kirk. The 1-0 pitch. And it's chopped toward first, picked up easily by Turner off one big high bounce. And he trots over to first, steps on the bag, records the out, and that will do it for the Diamondbacks. On to the 8th we go. Toronto leading 3-2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The final major championship of 2024 is coming, and you can hear all the action on SiriusXM.
Up toward the hole, has a chance, and it goes! Rory McIlroy with an overhand fist bump!
Coverage of the 152nd Open Championship begins Monday, July 15th, with play-by-play beginning Thursday, July 18th on Open Radio.
He's holding the big one! Brian Harman is the champion golfer of the year!
Hear the 2024 Open Championship on Channel 92 when you're in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89. Or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start the 8th inning. Blue Jays leading the Diamondbacks 3-2. And Bryce Jarvis now into the ball game, pitching for the Diamondbacks. 3.48 ERA on the season in 37 games for Arizona. He's got a 1-2 record. So the night is done for Ryan Nelson. He pitched fairly well, but he leaves in a position to take the loss as Toronto is up 3-2.
Really seemed like the Blue Jays were just capitalizing on the triple and then sac fly combination. But I agree with you. I really did think that Nelson was pitching extremely well, especially through the first 4 innings of this ball game. Efficient with what he was throwing strikes early with that fastball, but a couple of mistakes and led to a couple of Blue Jays runs.
First pitch to Jimenez, a strike, and then very quickly back with a sinker, good for a strike at 95 and an 0-2 count. But Jimenez just stayed alive, slapping at the slider that came in. Fouls it off down the first base side.
Jarvis threw in a couple of games in the Diamondbacks series against the Padres. Did not throw at all in their series against the Braves. Has 6 different pitches that he'll throw at batters.
And Jimenez just punched one through into right field past the diving second baseman Ryan Newman, and the Jays again have the leadoff man on.
It's a really nice 0-2 swing by Jimenez, and he's somebody that just doesn't panic when he gets behind in the count, but it's the same swing, it's the same approach, it's the same good patient eye up at the plate when he gets into those 2-strike counts. And I really like the way that he's able to keep his hands inside the baseball. Allows him to get to a lot of different speeds, a lot of different locations, and right there, not an easy pitch to drive the opposite way, but he's able to do exactly that.
George Springer now up top of the order for the Blue Jays. Toronto 3 straight innings getting the leadoff man on. It was Springer in the 6th with a triple, Varsho in the 7th with a triple, and now Jimenez with the single to start off this 8th inning. First pitch to Springer, good for a strike. Clocked at 96, the sinker, an 0-1 count. Springer thought about going after that second pitch. He let it go, and that looked like it was well in the zone. Called a ball. It's now 1-1.
It's another one of those pitches where we're glad we take a second to see what that pitch is called, but I thought that was a strike all the way.
Same spot. This time George swings and fouls it off into the backstop. It's 1-2. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it looked like he didn't want to take any chances with whether or not that pitch was going to be called a ball or a strike, so he just went ahead and took a hack at that sinker.
So it's now 1-2 to George Springer, with again Jimenez on first after that leadoff single. The 1-2 pitch way high in the zone. No good. It's 2-2. I was going to say, speaking of George Springer, be at Rogers Center early on Wednesday, August 7th to celebrate George Springer's love of hockey, as the Blue Jays are giving away to the first 15,000 fans an exclusive George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. Springer with a seeing eye single, a base hit into left field just underneath the glove of Suarez at third. So the Blue Jays now have first and second with none away.
After seeing sinkers and fastballs, they decide to go with this slider that just does not have enough break on it. It hangs right over the middle of the plate, and George didn't get all of this one, but he manages to get enough of it to get underneath Suarez's glove at third base and dribble out into left field, and now 2 runners on board for the Jays here in the top of the 8th.
So Bryce Jarvis came into the ballgame here in the 8th inning, and he's running into some trouble. Spencer Horwitz slaps one through onto the left side into left field, but it was hit so hard, and Randall Grichuk got to it so quickly that Leo Jimenez unable to turn the corner. He stops at third. It's the bases loaded for Vladdy.
A similar swing path that what we were talking about with Leo Jimenez, and Spencer Horwitz does a really nice job of keeping his hands inside of pitches that are breaking away from his barrel. So whether those are right-handed changeups or whether they're sinkers or even fastballs with a little bit of arm side run to them, he goes with those pitches. He doesn't try to get around it and pull it to the right side, but drives it through for another base hit.
And Guerrero swinging at the first pitch, sends it on a ride to right. It's going to be caught, but tagging at third and scoring is Jimenez, and the Blue Jays extend their lead to 4-2.
Well, it wasn't exactly the triple and then the sac fly, but it was 3 consecutive singles and then the sac fly right after that. A nice job of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. getting a sinker low and inside and getting his barrel underneath this pitch enough to drive it deep out into right field. Pretty good looking swing there by Vladdy, and he was celebrating as he was running down that first baseline, knowing just how big each and every run is in this ball game.
And on that sack, not only did Jimenez score, but George Springer was able to move up to third. So Horwitz stayed at first. Springer's now at third. Runners on the corners, one down as Justin Turner fouls off the first pitch. He's down on the count 0-1. And the second pitch way outside, down in the dirt on the slider. It's 1-1.
Turner already with the hat trick in this ball game. He's going to try to do whatever he can to get this ball in play. A couple of hat tricks. Eugenio Suarez with a hat trick for the Diamondbacks.
Nice work on the first name there too, Madison.
I think you're a little bit smoother when it comes to
That's all right.
saying
We're
his
just
first
going
name.
with Gino.
We're practicing.
The Arizona game notes call him Gino, so do we. Turner now ahead in the count 2-1. As Jarvis has run into some issues here. Bryce Jarvis since coming out of the pen for the Diamondbacks. Top of the 8th, Blue Jays leading 4-2. Turner sends one out to second base. It's going to be a double play ball, I would think. And yes, indeed, 4-6-3. The Diamondbacks turn it. Rough night for Justin Turner, but the Blue Jays do get one more. They have scored a run in each of the last 4 innings to take a 4-2 lead heading to the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is the beginning of a new era.
City TV has the smoldering new season of The Bachelorette.
This is the moment.
Jen Tran is ready for love. And this time, the power is in her hands.
I feel more confident than ever.
Watch the roses fly and the petals fall.
I feel like the main character in my own love story. I've got the power.
The Bachelorette, all new Mondays 8/7 Central on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He keeps this game tied
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Getting set to start the bottom half of the 8th inning. Trevor Richards now into the ball game for the Blue Jays, and there's been a defensive change as well as Davis Schneider is in at second base. Blue Jays leading the Diamondbacks 4-2. Richards in 40 games this season, 1-1. The ERA sits at 3.40.
A little bit of a switch on the right side of the infield, like you mentioned. Davis Schneider coming in playing second base, and Spencer Horwitz moved over to first base.
And swinging at the second pitch, taking it deep to right field, but not deep enough, about 10-15 feet in front of the track. George Springer makes the grab, sits down Christian Walker. There's one away.
Back-to-back fastballs out of the hand of Trevor Richards. You know you're going to see that combination of that four-seam fastball along with the changeup. Goes back-to-back pitches, gets that fly out by Christian Walker. That's a big first out, especially given the way that Christian Walker has been hitting the ball this season.
Geraldo Perdomo up now. Inside pitch from Richards. A fastball clocked at 93, a little bit too far inside. 1-0 count to Perdomo. He shows bunt, pulls back, but a strike nevertheless from Richards. It's now 1-1. That one too high, missing on the changeup. It's 2-1. Perdomo in this ball game 1 for 3. And then the next pitch comes in on the 2-1, catching the outside edge on a fastball. It's 2-2. Just double checking here. The Diamondbacks have had just one base hit in the last almost 4 innings now. It was Perdomo's single back in the 5th inning. Otherwise, their offense, that it wasn't scorching necessarily, but they started certainly hitting the ball well, and they threatened early against Rodriguez. But that 3rd inning, when they were really trying to do some damage, they only walked away with 1 run.
And we figured, too, if the Blue Jays were going to be able to find a way back into this ball game, which they have, that 3rd inning was going to be a big one, because it seemed like the Diamondbacks were on the verge of scoring a lot more than just that 1 run.
And Richards just gave the free pass to Perdomo. He had him at a 3-2 count, but he missed on the fastball outside. And now the tying run comes to the plate with Randall Grichuk.
One of the big reasons why the Diamondbacks haven't been able to get a hit in the previous couple of innings is because of how efficient the pitchers have been when they've come into the ball game. Think about Ryan Burr and the job that he did, even Brendan Little coming in, getting them out 1, 2, 3. And a lot of that has to do with getting strikes early in the count and not falling behind. So now Richards is really going to have to work giving up that free pass and a runner at first base.
Grichuk 1 for 3 in the ball game, tripled and scored back in the 4th inning. Down in the count 0-1. Next pitch came way inside on the changeup. Richards missing. It's now 1-1. Grichuk's average up to 280 on the season. The 1-1 pitch from Richards. And Grichuk had it go off the end of his bat, dribbles it toward the Blue Jay dugout, and he's behind in the count 1-2.
Grichuk swinging at that changeup like he had no idea that that was a changeup coming out of the hand, and that's one of the benefits of the deception that Richards has on that pitch, because his arm motion, everything lends itself to looking like it's going to be a fastball.
And what a pitch right there from Richards. A nasty looking changeup right there. Grichuk went after it. He strikes out, but it was down in the dirt, and it got away a little bit from Alejandro Kirk. So it allows Perdomo to move up to second, but there's 2 away.
That pitch is so nasty that he gets a lot of swings and misses on those changeups that bounce way down into the dirt. And I found it interesting when Richards came into this ball game, he had missed with a couple of changeups that missed way up and out of the zone. Typically, when you see him miss with that pitch, it's going to be down in the dirt. But changing that eye level maybe led to that swing down in the dirt.
Juno Suarez comes up 0 for 3 tonight with 3 strikeouts. The average down to 208, but he does have some juice. 9 home runs on the season. And he could be the tying run right here if he can get a hold of one. Richards comes back with the 1-0, fouled off by Suarez. It's now 1-1. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. And after the pitch that made it 2-1, Alejandro Kirk whipped it back to second, trying to catch Perdomo, who dives back into the bag. He's safe. But I like the aggressiveness there from Kirk, trying to keep Perdomo honest. Richards now gets set for the 2-1 to Suarez.
Especially when you know that these base runners are going to try to be aggressive because of how many changeups end up down in the dirt out of Richards' hand.
And the 2-1 missing outside by a couple of ball widths. Richards wanted that call, but it was outside. And now Suarez ahead 3-1. Pretty neat looking changeup right there from Richard. Fouled off the tip of the bat from Suarez, and now the count is full at 3-2 with 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Blue Jays leading 4-2. A runner in scoring position for the Diamondbacks, but again 2 away. Richards with the leg kick, the delivery down low. A walk is issued, and now 2 on with 2 out for Arizona. 2 walks for Richards in this 8th inning. And the go-ahead run, potentially, steps to the plate in Alek Thomas.
And Pete Walker on the phone over in that Blue Jays dugout just because Richards has not been able to find that strike zone consistently. And yes, we talked about how he's going to get swings and misses down in the dirt with the changeup, but you've got to establish that you can throw it for a strike as well, especially to somebody like Suarez, who has been hitting the ball extremely well coming into today's ball game. You want to be careful in the zone with that, but you have to be able to throw strikes in a situation like this.
First pitch to Thomas. Out of the zone, down in the dirt, picked up by Kirk, but sliding into second safely is Suarez, and it's now second and third with 2 out. Now, Madison, I could end up eating my words here. I don't want to pretend like I'm some baseball savant or anything, but I'm a little bit surprised that Alek Thomas is here and that the Diamondbacks aren't pinch hitting for a guy batting 167 who's 0 for in the ball game, with options on the bench. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No, I don't think you're wrong for thinking that, and it could be that they just like this lefty-righty matchup with Thomas coming from the left side, and you've got Richards, who, again, is struggling with that strike zone.
And Thomas could make me eat my words. We'll see. He fouls one off down the left field side, deep into the stands, about 30 rows deep, and he's even the count now at 1-1.
Like we mentioned, he is somebody that has had to battle some injuries this year, so he doesn't have quite as many bats as some of the other players that are on this roster.
And guess what? He did make me eat my words. A base hit to left field, 2-run score, and the game is tied at 4. Take that, Eric Smith, says Alek Thomas, as he looks up at the sky, palms to the sky like, thank goodness, where has that been all year? Batting 167, who cares? A monster hit right there to tie this game. And Trevor Richards, again, is the one that gives it up like he did in that first game against the Giants.
And those runs sting even more because they're self-inflicted, because you put 2 runners on base via the walk, and that's something that is in your control, especially when you're coming in that relief role. Your job is to throw strikes, get them out of the inning, and when you extend at-bats and when you extend innings, give the teams extra outs, especially facing a Diamondbacks team who is starting to gain momentum too with their offense. They've struggled at times this year, but they're starting to feel better at the plate, and now you give them the opportunity to tie up the ball game.
4-4 now, bottom of the 8th. And all of this damage coming with 2 out. It was a fly out to right field to start the inning, then a walk to Perdomo, a strikeout of Grichuk, a walk to Suarez, and now Thomas with the single, with a wild pitch thrown into the mix that allowed the runners to move up a little bit, thus allowing Thomas to cash in 2 on the single to left field.
And unfortunately for Trevor Richards, too, because of the movement that he has on that changeup and how often he throws it down in the dirt, he really does not have the luxury of giving up free passes.
The 1-1 is a strike on a changeup, now 1-2.
Because you're pretty much going to see these base runners trying to take advantage of balls that miss down in the dirt, and we saw them advance into, both of the runners advance into scoring position on a ball down in the dirt, and Alejandro Kirk is doing everything that he can, but we've seen that at times some of those bounces are out of their control back behind the plate.
Thomas at first, the 1-2 pitch sent out to to Schneider at second, over to Horwitz to make the play to get the out and get the Jays out of the inning, but they give up 2 runs, and it's now a tie ball game heading to the 9th. 4-4 is the score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Kelly. I love your Kelly Clarkson Connection channel.
All right. Thank you so much for listening.
The mix is eclectic.
Love music, and I just want to celebrate all of it with you.
It's my favorite now.
Is it worth it? Let me work it.
It is perfect.
This is my heartbeat. The Kelly Clarkson Connection, y'all.
I freaking love your channel.
Oh my God.
Channel 12 and on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
In a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The battle for European soccer supremacy has reached the knockout stage, and all the drama of the Euros is on SiriusXM.
Oh my goodness, what a story!
Every match is now win or go home, and they can all be heard on Fox Sports Channel 83.
That is sensational!
Before and after the matches, hear what the experts are saying on SiriusXM FC 157.
They are proven winners right now.
No one is covering Euro 2024 like SiriusXM. Listen in the car or on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Madison Shipman with you. 9th inning. We're in the Timbermart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays just coughed up the lead in the bottom of the 8th. They were down 2-0, came back with a run in each of the last 4 innings to go up 4-2, but now gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th. We're tied 4-4. Dalton Varsho at the plate last at bat had a triple to lead things off back in the 7th inning.
And now they're going to have to deal with some really electric stuff with Justin Martinez out there on the mound for the Diamondbacks.
And quickly ahead in the count against Varsho, 0-2 after he just threw a sinker at 100 miles an hour.
The sinker at 100 is electric, but also the pitch prior to that was a 90-mile-per-hour slider. So he's got some real velocity in the tank.
101 on the fastball, but way high out of the zone, and Varsho let it go smartly. It's now 1-2. The 1-2 pitch outside, missing on the slider. It's now 2-2. .44 is the score on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. It's also 4-4 with the Mariners and Angels in the bottom of the 9th. Varsho slaps at one, clocked at 102, sends it foul down the left field side.
I don't think I was giving him enough credit with the 100-mile-per-hour sinker because he just keeps on climbing further and further up with that velocity.
The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss on the splitter at 90, and Varsho sits down. There's one away.
As a batter, when you're gearing up for that high velocity sinker, 100, 101, 102 miles per hour, and then he's got the ability to throw those breaking balls, the splitter coming in at 90, the slider coming in at 90, makes it really difficult to adjust to both of those pitches within the same at bat.
Alejandro Kirk steps in now. 1 for 3 in the ball game, and the first pitch on a sinker at 101. It's good for a strike. 0-1 count. Martinez gets the sign from Moreno. Got the bright red glove. The pitch a little bit low, might have caught the bottom part of the edge, but you'll take that if you're a Blue Jay fan. The sinker again clocked at 102, and Kirk even in the count at 1-1.
That pitch isn't just coming in there straight either. There's a lot of late life on that high velocity sinker.
Kirk sends one out to short, picked up by Perdomo over to first, and plenty of time to get Alejandro, and there is 2 away. It'll bring up Ernie Clement. 1 for 2 in the ball game, Clement, with a 4-4 score in the top of the 9th. And Clement swinging at the first pitch, might have cracked his bat. It's out into shallow left field, and backpedaling for it to make the grab is the shortstop, Perdomo. He makes the grab to sit down the Blue Jays, and we go to the bottom of the 9th with the score tied 4-4. You're listening For Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Carnival is at the core of Toronto culture. Stand out in the crowd with your Blue Jays neon hat giveaway. The colors, the music, the heat, the vibes.
I don't know who's having more fun, the players or the fans.
Be at Rogers Center as the Blue Jays celebrate Caribbean Carnival and create core memories of summer in the city.
Everybody's feeling good right now.
Arrive early on Friday, July 26th and claim your Blue Jays neon hat. Blue Jays Caribbean Carnival. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Blue Jays up 3-2 on a wacky play to give Toronto the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. The Jays and Diamondbacks tied at 4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at Chase Field. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. I have the postgame show all series long. I'll throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text me as well at 590-590. Name and location, standard message and data rates may apply. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Yankees just came a game back of the Orioles following a 4-1 win this evening in Baltimore. Aaron Judge going yard for the 33rd time this season. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays and Diamondbacks tied at 4, bottom 9 at Chase Field. Chad Green on the mound. Here's Eric Smith and Madison Shipman.
Thanks very much, Joe. Chad Green 2-1 this season in 24 games. And a big moment right now. In the bottom of the 9th, tied 4-4. And after Kevin Newman grounded out to end the 8th inning, it's the top of the order for the Diamondbacks to start this 9th inning. First pitch to Corbin Carroll is a ball. Missing on the fastball at 95, a 1-0 count. The 1-0 pitch. Oof. Inside and high, allegedly. It's now 2-0. That was real close.
Yeah. Chad Green came in to close out last night's game against the Giants. Did give up that 1 home run in the 9th.
And a 3-0 count on another pitch that looked like it caught the zone.
I'm not sure where our strike zone went here in the most important time of the ball game. That's back-to-back pitches that I thought definitely caught at least part of the strike zone, and pitches that were getting called earlier in the game.
Green, to his credit, came back with a slider, caught the inside part of the zone. Got that call, and rightfully so. It's 3-1. This is the last guy you want to put on base. Carroll slaps at the next pitch. It's now 3-2. And a chance to sit him down. Nice job by Chad Green to battle back here after trailing 3-0 in the count. Carroll is 1 for 4 in the ball game, but the one time he got on, he did steal a base. And he's going to have a chance to do so again right here, as Green just missed badly on ball 4 way high. And Carroll is on. The speedster could do some damage here in the 9th.
Like you just mentioned, literally the last thing that you wanted to do here to start off the bottom of the 9th inning is allow somebody like Corbin Carroll and the speed that he has to reach base safely, up there in the 96th percentile when it comes to sprint speed across Major League Baseball this season.
Moreno tried to hold back on his swing on the first pitch, but it's called a strike nevertheless. 0-1 on the fastball, clocked at 95. Blue Jays and Diamondbacks tied 4-4, bottom of the 9th. Toronto had a 4-2 lead. Arizona got 2 in the 8th, and they're looking to win it right here in the bottom of the 9th. Green throwing over to first. The fans don't like it. You hear the boos raining down. Game 2 will go tomorrow night, just after 10 o'clock Eastern time, so about a half hour later than tonight's first pitch. The 0-1 delivery down Main Street. It's 0-2.
Carroll really dances around over there in his secondary leadoff, especially his feet are constantly moving looking to try to take advantage, see if he can steal second base.
Green missing. High and outside on the fastball. It's 1-2. Green gets the sign from Kirk. Gazes over his shoulder at Carroll. And he delivers a beautiful pitch on the outside edge. Caught Moreno looking with a slider. There's one down.
Huge pitch by Chad Green, especially having to be aware of the speed that's over at first base with Corbin Carroll. He's looking over at him and then just throws a beautiful slider that just barely clips that outside part of the strike zone. Moreno not happy about that call, but Chad Green's going to take that call all day long.
Marte stepping into the box now. The left-handed batter against the right-handed throwing Chad Green. Carroll still dancing at first. We have yet to see him take off. Marte fouls one off. It's now 1-1. We're about 2.5 hours into this ball game here in the bottom of the ninth. Marte with 18 homers on the season, 52 runs batted in. The winning run is at first. The pitch inside on a fastball. It's 2-1.
I keep waiting to see if Corbin Carroll's going to take off on one of these pitches, and honestly, I'm very surprised that he hasn't at least tried to right now. Maybe it has to do with some of the batters that are coming up, especially with Marte. 7 home runs against right-handed pitchers this season.
And Marte held off on that slider. Green was hoping he would chase, but it was inside and low, and it's a 3-1 count. And the power still continues on the next batter. In the on-deck circle is Christian Walker. The 3-1 pitch. High and outside. It's a walk nevertheless. A second walk issued by Chad Green, and now first and second with only one away.
Just another one of those non-competitive pitches that are outside of the zone. It's a pitch that Ketel Marte's not even thinking about pulling the trigger on because it's missing by that much. We saw the walks come back to hurt the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th inning with Trevor Richards giving up a couple of walks that came around to score. We even saw that in that walk-off wild pitch game against the San Francisco Giants. He ended up walking Tyler Fitzgerald. Ultimately ended up coming around to score in that ball game too.
It's well put, Madison. The walk. There have been 4 walks now in the last inning and a third. And now a pitch down in the dirt, a little bit of a wild one on the slider. Kirk did make the grab, but the runners were taking off. And now second and third with only one out. Both runners advancing. The aggressiveness of the Diamondbacks paying huge dividends right there, and we'll see if they can now cash in.
And I'm not sure how Kirk was even able to come up with that catch on that slider that missed low and outside. He definitely saw Corbin Carroll taking off on the pitch, so his momentum was actually taking him to third base, and he had to reach back across him to stop that ball. But either way, both runners now move over into scoring position.
And now they've intentionally walked Christian Walker to load the bases and hopefully set up the double play ball.
I think as soon as first base opens up with Christian Walker and the power that he has and the season that he's having, you go ahead and put him on base and you take your chances with Perdomo.
Perdomo has hit .287 this season. He has 10 runs batted in, has yet to homer. The bases are juice for the left-handed hitting shortstop. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. He just got underneath one, sends it out to left. Varsho camps underneath it in fair territory. The throw home, way high, and the Diamondbacks win the game 5-4 on the sac fly from Perdomo. Toronto loses 5-4.
This one stings just about as bad as the walk-off wild pitch loss stung in that series against the Giants, and it's because this one is self-inflicted. All the walks that were given up late in the ball game, the 2 walks that came around to score in the bottom of the 8th inning, the walk that comes around to score here in the 9th inning to walk off this ball game after the offense really grinded things out and they found a way to manufacture runs. Ended up with 3 sacked flies on the day, a couple of clutch leadoff base hits and triples to start off the inning. You finally get some offense going, and then it's the bullpen and the relievers that end up giving up this ball game late.
It initially looked like that shot from Perdomo might make it towards the stands, and then might it actually land in foul territory? I wonder then if Varsho just lets it drop, obviously.
I guarantee that he would have let that thing drop if it was going to drop into foul territory, and you could see where his feet were lining up down that line. He was tracking that to see if that was going to be an option, but it looked like it was going to land in fair territory. He had no choice but to try to catch it and make a throw to the plate, but it just was not going to be in time with how deep that ball was hit out to left field.
So the Blue Jays out-hit the Diamondbacks, but they don't outscore Arizona as they blow a 4-2 lead, giving up 3 runs in the final 2 innings to lose 5-4. We'll step aside for the break, come back with some final thoughts. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2menandatruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menandatruck, 2menandatruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day, Think 2menandatruck, 2menandatruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menandatruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer started right, coming in, leaps and makes the catch full stretch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Madison Shipman and Eric Smith with you as the Blue Jays lose tonight to the Arizona Diamondbacks. 5-4 the final score. The first of 3 between the Jays and D-backs. Arizona had a 2-0 lead. Toronto came back with 4 straight, scoring 1 run in each of the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. But they give up 2 in the 8th to the Diamondbacks, 1 in the 9th, and lose 5-4. And Madison will take folks into maybe the off-air conversation that we just had. I think I said to you at the very beginning of our broadcast, I'm one of those people that unfortunately does the woulda, coulda, shoulda. And I think about 2 wins in Seattle to close out that series. You open up with a pretty decent effort against the Giants, but blow a late lead and lose to San Fran. But to their credit, the Jays respond, takes games 2 and 3. Now you're riding some momentum. You've won 4 out of 5. You've won 2 in a row. You're looking to make it 3 straight. You are leading, and again, you give it up in the 8th and then 9th inning. You're that close, potentially, to a 6-game winning streak, but instead it's win 2, lose 1. Win 2, lose 1. And it's been like this all year, it seems.
Now that I've had, a commercial break to think about it, they both sting. The loss against the Giants with the walk-off wild pitch stings. This one hurts even more, in my opinion, because it was even more self-inflicted than I think that loss to the Giants was in Game 1 in that series. And it's quite frankly just because of the free passes and the walks. You're not even giving your defense a chance to try to make a play when you're giving up these free passes. And you could feel the momentum building up for Arizona, too, as soon as that first walk got on board, and especially in the 9th inning when it's Corbin Carroll. You know he's going to try to take advantage advantage and try to steal a base, and he ends up stealing third base. And there's nothing that Alejandro Kirk can do when a slider is missing way down and outside. He doesn't even have a chance to make a play at third base. But you could just feel the momentum building up with each free pass that they were ended up given. And the intentional walk to Christian Walker, I'm not even going to count that one in my walk categories because I do think that you have to walk him in that situation. With first base open, their best batter up at the plate, you go ahead and give him first base. But the 4 walks that led up to that plate appearance, that's what ultimately ended up hurting the Blue Jays in this one. After they ended up finding a way to manufacture runs and get some offense going, now all of a sudden you're seeing the bullpen start to lose their stride a bit.
So the Blue Jays had 8 hits, scored 4 runs off those 8 hits. They give up 6 hits, but give up 5 runs, and again lose the ball game 5-4. Another 2-hit night for George Springer. They average up to 225. He was 2 for 4 tonight. Had a triple in the ball game. Dalton Varsho with a triple as well. Vladdy Guerrero 1 for 3, 1 for 3 for Spencer Horwitz as well. But in the end, again, it doesn't matter for the Blue Jays as they lose 5-4, and now they've got to try to get back on the winning track tomorrow night against the Diamondbacks. We will have the first pitch for you just after 10 o'clock Eastern Time on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Thanks to our producer, Armin Zargarian, and technical director, Tom Young. For Madison Shipman, I'm Eric Smith. Jays Talk with Show Ali is coming up next. You've been listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, let's get it going tonight. Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali with you. So losses like these are always pretty tough to watch, right? Pretty ugly. Again, I actually feel like we could just replay the Jays Talk where Richards throws the wild pitch, just a couple of nights ago in San Fran, they lose on the wild pitch. Well, we could just replay that game, that post-game show. It's pretty much the same thing. I don't think we're going to say anything all that different, but I don't know. I was thinking about this, not even tonight, although it certainly came back to the front of mind after watching, Richards give up the 2-run double to Alec Thomas, and then the walks and so on, the walk-off sac fly to Perdomo. But you look at things that are on TV, and mercifully, there are a lot of things on TV other than sports, certainly. But if you're only looking at sports, other things to keep you occupied. I mean, there's a game at the Euros coming up, even for a soccer casual like myself. The Olympics are coming up, which I'm ready to lock in on. NBA Summer League, if you're into that, that's happening these days. I think a lot of games got started tonight. But whenever the Jays lose, I think for me at least, and I'm curious where you guys fall on this. I see some text on the text line here as well. That we'll read in a sec here. 590 name and location, standard data and messaging rates may apply. Always remember. But the reason I'm not super upset anymore, even by really ugly, demoralizing losses like tonight, a 5-4 walk-off loss for the Blue Jays to the Diamondbacks to start this 3-game series. You talk about the 5 stages of grief. So that I believe it's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I think I've just reached the acceptance stage. I think that's where I'm at. And there's a whole half season left, essentially. And you divvy up the before and after the All-Star break, so about a half. But I think I'm just there. I think I've reached the acceptance stage. I kind of wonder where you guys are at on this, because I don't know. It's not great. The offense, hey, at least they small balled their way to take a lead, and they actually had a multi-run lead that was blown after unfortunately for the Jays, some really good bullpen pitching by pretty much everyone not named Trevor Richards. And certainly Chad Green didn't really seem to have it tonight, which happens. But, Chad Green is effectively your closer until further notice. So there's not much you can do about that. So for everyone else, I thought they all pitched pretty well. Because you look back to the rest of the season or the games we've already seen, the team has effectively already lost all of their must-win games, right? They had a whole bunch, and they lost basically all of them when they had winnable stretches against the A's and the White Sox, and then the White Sox again the following week. They had chances to make up ground in the division when they were playing the Red Sox and the Guardians and then the Rays and the Yankees. You know what I mean? They had a whole bunch of times this year where they had a lot of opportunity to make up ground, and then they essentially didn't for one reason or another, because like 2 of 3 things weren't going, or 1 of 3 things weren't going, whether it's offense or starting pitching or bullpen pitching. I don't know. The team is effectively, like, I think coming into tonight, even though they had some pretty good series in Seattle and San Francisco, I mean, well, the playoff odds, according to Fangraphs, according to Baseball Reference, they were roughly the same. They were like 2% or 3% before tonight. So, like, I was already looking ahead to the trade deadline and what they need to do. And look, I like baseball. Actually, I love baseball. So I'm going to enjoy watching baseball no matter what. But, I mean, when I see them run into completely avoidable games, avoidable endings to games, perhaps like this, you know, they've taken 2 steps forward in San Fran and Seattle, and then they take 1 step back to start the series in Arizona, and they could still win this series, absolutely. But I mean, it's just it's an uphill battle. I think that's why I don't get super upset. Anyways, I'm curious where you guys fall on this. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers to call. Like I said, you can text me anytime, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, always open. And remember, standard data and messaging rates may apply. Got to talk about the bullpen, right? We'll get to Yariel Rodriguez in a sec, because, you know, it wasn't ideal what you got from Wyrod after the last 2 starts, but you know, I'm not sure that it was going to be. I'm not sure you were going to, like, the season was ever going to hinge on how the 5th starter played, right? But it was. Don't get me wrong. I was very pleased to see how he had pitched in the last couple of games, and I kind of thought, oh, maybe he's taking a bit of a step forward. He was also super hyper efficient in those 2 games, and he wasn't tonight. But even so, I mean, over 4 innings, 82 pitches thrown. He only gave up 2 earned runs. He walked 3, which was not particularly great. But, you know, command with the breaking ball wasn't great either, especially in the bottom of that 3rd inning, right? I mean, he curveball to Newman, the slider to Carroll. He walks Moreno. He allows an infield hit to Christian Walker. It was a ground ball Clement probably wouldn't have gotten to anyway, so maybe you don't hold that too much against him. But the breaking ball just seemed to have an issue for him tonight, whereas, you know, he was locating it well in those last couple of starts, but the fastball is his best pitch and it has some life. He does, like, I love watching Wyrod throw the 4-seamer on the edges of the zone. It looks great, and he does really well with that, but he just couldn't command the slider curve, the breaking balls, generally speaking, tonight. I mean, what are you going to do, right? And then when you add in the terrible strike zone, let's say. I was trying to find another word for it, but it was just terrible. That's the truth. It was really, really bad. Then there's not much you can do about it. But I do look forward, by the way, before we get to the bullpen, I do look forward to seeing the challenge system, right? I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to get full-on robo-umps, but like the ability to challenge things like VAR, I mentioned the Euros, seeing something like that, probably ideal. But you know, when you're battling the ump and you're not great commanding your breaking ball, you get what you get. But the bullpen, I thought it was interesting immediately when Trevor Richards came in this game, that at that point we had already basically seen all the other guys who are like on the fringes of the circle of trust, as you guys know the term I like to use when it comes to the bullpen. And outside of Chad Green, you know, Trevor Richards maybe was the next guy, but he's not played well recently. And I thought it's interesting because it perhaps does speak to the order of things right now that Richards did not get the highest leverage spots he could have entered in, right? Like both Cabrera and Little came in before him and got to see the top of the order over Richards. So maybe that does speak to a certain extent where we are when it comes to the internal order of how guys are deployed when they are deployed. And again, Richards didn't look good. Like he's got to be out of the circle of trust now, right? That's tough for me to say because you guys know I'm a big Richards booster, but that's a tough look for him to come in, have a bunch of huge self-inflicted mistakes with balls that are missing down in the dirt. Kirk doing everything he can to keep the balls from bouncing every which way. I mean, that's real tough. That's tough to watch, right? Now what? 4 straight games he has entered, 4 games in which he has given up at least 1 run. That's not good. 3 straight games of giving up at least 2 runs. So, yeah, I'm not sure what you do there because he gets the cleanup hitter for an out. He walks the 5 hitter. He strikes out Grichuk, the 6 hitter. And then basically all the damage, the 5 hitter coming all the way around to score with the Alec Thomas double, but all the damage coming with 2 outs against the bottom of the order. Alec Thomas had a batting average of 186 coming into this game. That is terrible. That is not the result you want against the 8th batter with 2 outs who's batting below 200. That is a tough watch. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Guy in Maple. Guy, what's up?
Hey, show. Yeah, I mean, Madison said it bang on. It's self-inflicted. I mean, 6 out of 7 of his last appearances, Richards has been an absolute joke. And this is a repeat of the game on Tuesday. Like Schneider, he should have taken him out. Again, he waited. And again, pitch in the dirt, base hit, tie game. Tuesday, pitch in the dirt, game over. Like, it's just, I can't believe how many games this manager has cost us with his moves. I'm sorry. You know what? I know Atkins hasn't supplied him with the proper amount of players, of quality players. But this guy here, the moves he makes, I'm just shaking my head. He should have brought in Green when there was 2 outs. Maybe it would have played out differently. Who knows? But that was the right move to make. Richards has been horrible for the last 3 weeks. And you put him in a game where you're praying that he doesn't throw one in the dirt with a runner on or at least hold a runner. He can't do it. And this management team, it's self-serving. And the only reason Atkins hasn't fired this guy is he doesn't want to empty out his last clip. Because he knows once he gets rid of this guy, he's the next one to go. And it's all self-serving. Rogers does not care about this fan base at all. You got 95% of the fans calling in, screaming to get rid of Atkins, get rid of Schneider, and they're not doing anything about it. And it's really frustrating because, honestly, I think if we had another manager in here, regardless of the quality of players, I think we would have maybe won 6 or 7 more games this season, and we'd be about 500 right now. Schneider is absolutely horrible. I've watched baseball my whole life. I've never questioned a guy so many times. Every single game he's making moves that you just shake your head, whether it's benching Horowitz, benching Clement, putting in this guy, putting in that guy. I don't know what to say, and I'm just like, I just think they might fire him at the end of the year. But if anyone thinks Atkins is gone at the end of the year, you guys are fooling yourselves. This guy's been loyal to Atkins and Shapiro for, 30 years? Between the two of them, they've won nothing in 30 years, and that's who's running this ball club. I'll hang up and listen.
Hey, Guy, thanks for the call, man. I think I usually, when you call in, I generally speaking, I think I generally agree for the most part. I will only disagree with that this particular loss, because there are a lot of losses that I think fall on John Schneider. Don't get me wrong. He did pinch hit decisions, pinch run decisions, that either ones that he does or does not make. Certainly, maybe he takes out the starter too early. Maybe he's taken them out too late. Maybe he's pushed the wrong buttons for the bullpen, as we're discussing right now. I think the reason I will not blame John Schneider, and again, I think we do have a little bit of hindsight because Chad Green, I think, also clearly did not have it. He was also not helped by this god-awful strike zone today. But Chad Green struggled, so I'm not sure the decision, the result tonight would have been all that different, truly. But having said that, if you're really trying to save Chad Green for the 9th, knowing that he is pretty much the only member in the entire circle of trust. Actually, we'll get to that. There might be another guy I'm willing to put in the circle of trust whose name is not Trevor Richards, but we'll get to that in a sec. But I think for that reason, I'm not putting this one on John Schneider. Look, I think that for this reason, you gotta at least to a certain extent put it on almost entirely on Trevor Richards, right? And maybe a little bit on the offense too. I mean, there was a point in this ball game where they loaded the bases and they scored 1 run with no outs, I should say. Loaded the bases with no outs. It was single. Vladdy knocks in a sac fly, and they did not score another run. I mean, it's not new news, but it's certainly not good enough, right? So that's definitely a part of it. The offense only being able to muster what they did, especially against Ryan Nelson. I mean, I'm not here to crap on Ryan Nelson because he's a young guy who obviously is getting better, but I mean, he came into this game with a 5.08 ERA. That is it's not god awful, but it's also not a number you should be getting largely shut down and small balling your way to victory against, right? I'm happy they were able to small ball their way to a certain extent, but I mean, when in 2 innings you get triples and you're not scoring, when was the last time the Jays had 2 triples in a game? I don't even remember. How often does any team get 2 triples in a single game? Now, much less in back-to-back innings. But when you're relying on triples to score runs, I'm not sure that's a recipe for success offensively. But I mean, Richards was that's unacceptable from a guy who has pitched in relatively high leverage situations. That's where I will disagree. I mean, I think Schneider can be held accountable for a lot, but I'm not sure I put it on him specifically tonight. Maybe they all wear it to a certain extent, but I mean, the bullpen being what it is a huge reason why they were even going to win this game tonight until Trevor Richards came into the game. Some nights it happens, but it's a bad spot. Let's go to the text line. 590-590, name and location. That's the people's text line. Let's see. Peter in Hyde Park says, relief pitcher circle of trust. Would you say it's now 0? These late inning losses by the bullpen are even more demoralizing than their hitting woes earlier this year. I'm still not ready to take Chad Green out of there. I mean, he's pitched a lot recently, right? Like I don't think you're gonna get, like, unless the guy is like a generational reliever, like unless Mariano Rivera is in there, I'm not sure you're going to be getting the kind of results we hope to see from a lot of these guys. Chad Green is mortal and fallible, even though he has largely pitched very well. The loss is certainly not a little bit on him as well. I mean, he didn't look particularly sharp in the 9th, so I'm not willing to take him out of the circle of trust yet. I don't think you can, right? But it does mean that a guy who, when everyone is healthy, is probably like their third choice. It is an indictment of the state of the bullpen, right? I see here, Dave and King. I asked you guys earlier about like where you're at. If we're talking about like the 5 stages of grief, where you're at on it. Dave says acceptance as well. I am enjoying Clement and Horwitz. Alan Vancouver says, show I'm with you. I've reached acceptance. I am glad that games are failure entertaining. Why is it that they only pitch relievers 1 inning, even if that pitcher throws a few pitches in that inning? If I was the manager, I would have not put Richards in. See, look, I kind of understand why they put Richards in, because it wasn't the highest leverage spot, and like at least for 2 batters, the process, or 3 batters, I guess, because he walked Perdomo, but I don't know, like the process looked like it was working, right? And then he just completely lost it. Balls way out of the zone, hitting the dirt, not on left or right above the zone whatsoever. It's just, boy. I really believe that is an indictment of the state of the bullpen right now. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Ryan in Innisfil. Ryan, what's up?
Oh, show. Nothing good. How about you?
Whenever we stay up super late, Ryan, and then they lose in like the most like grief-inducing fashion, it's tough. I will say it's tough. It's tough.
I gotta clean a whole bar and shit after this. I'm not hyped, but hey, whatever. So I had a point that was going to be about just why the hell did we send David Schneider down? How come his leash is so much shorter than all of these veterans? I really don't get it. He's outplaying pretty much every person in the lineup. It makes 0 sense for me to send him down. Maybe they can say it's to bring his confidence up. But I'm sorry, if John Schneider's as big of a people person manager that he is, you should be able to get your players fired up, my buddy. Like, I don't understand. It feels like John Schneider and the front office are also at the stage of acceptance. Like, do something about this, boys. This is your job. We're the fans. We're allowed to be accepting what this is. You have to take responsibility and do something about what you're failing to do. I am at a loss for words at this point in the season, and every time I come on the show, it feels like it's rock bottom. And it just keeps falling deeper and deeper. And all they can say is, we see up. What is going on here? Why is David Schneider not on this team? That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Why is Justin Turner batting 4th and David Schneider's in AAA? That is not fair to anyone. It's a joke. The way this organization is run is a joke. John Schneider I'm sorry, buddy, I've been backing you up. You suck. Ross Atkins, you suck. Mark Shapiro, you suck. I'm going to change my bill. I'm not anymore. I'm going to Bell because this is pathetic. Like, we're filling your stadium, and we watch every single game, and you can't even make a small trade for us. You can't do anything to bring the excitement up. It's a joke show.
Ryan,
I'm sorry to get so angry right now.
No. Hey, I do think you speak a lot of truth when it comes to how, like, voicing how fans feel. Don't get me wrong. I think you do. But just let me, I've been busy all day, so maybe I missed it. Did David Schneider get sent down? I don't think he did.
I think he did. I don't know. I'm almost positive. It set me off. I saw something and I was like, are we for real?
All right.
But even the fact the season's over, why the hell is he in the lineup then?
No,
like, are we trying to see what the young guys can do? I know what Justin Turner can do. I've seen a whole career of it. And why is he in the lineup today? There's no reason for it, man. And we're going to trade him anyway. It's not about getting trade value up. It's about making the correct decisions in the first place.
I think that's fair. Hey, Ryan, thanks for the call, man. I do think that is fair because it does feel like the process of how the team makes decisions. This is why, you know what frustrates me? Because I almost feel like this team has earned. I remember I had this conversation. It might have been on Jay's Talk, actually, with Nick Ashbourne pretty recently. And I just remember Nick bringing up a good point, which he often does. Look forward to having him back on, about how this team almost gets like the incorrect rap about whether or not they do, like whether or not they're really slavish to analytics. And I think we almost use analytics as an excuse for why they do the things they do. And I almost feel like the way decisions are made really frustrates me because it almost feels like we lay the blame at the feet of the khakis. And I think they do deserve a lot of the blame. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know. It just, at the same time, while I do think analytics have made the game better, generally speaking, I also almost feel like this team does not make decisions based on that. Does that make sense? Like, I almost feel like we said this before, but all front offices are not created equal. All analytic departments are not created equal. But I almost feel like a lot of the decision-making processes that this team uses would tell them to do very different things, right? And again, tonight is tough because they should have won this game. But I mean, Davis Schneider, I mean, he has not been playing very well. Having said that, certainly since he became a full-time player, I think he's had like brief moments, but generally speaking, he has not played well, which is really unfortunate. But I do think that in a season where if you agree that the season is quote unquote lost, and I mean, maybe the tenor of these conversations change when we get to, you know, if they win the next two games like they did in Seattle and San Francisco, maybe the tenor of these conversations change, and we're talking about a 2-1 series win after Sunday afternoon, then maybe, but I don't know. You want to see the Buffalo boys play as much as humanly possible. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Adam in Thornhill. Adam, what's up?
Hey, Show, how you doing?
Good, man. What's up with you? Still driving?
I'm actually coming from work tonight.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I caught a bit of the game.
Can I ask what you do, Adam? Is it too personal for me to ask on the air what you do that has you coming home?
Personal.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie.
That's fair. You can text me. I won't read it.
Crazy hours.
Okay.
I work crazy hours.
Okay, that's fair. Text in your answer. I promise I won't read it on the air.
Fair enough. I'll do that for you. So let's compartmentalize our emotions for a second. If we look at Mark Shapiro, and we're being honest, okay, he is the president of baseball operations. So what does that mean? He has convinced Rogers to pony up for a lot of money for much, much needed renovations to the stadium. That is a very, very important thing to keep in mind. When Rogers took over years and years ago, it was a long time negotiation to get them to give a facelift to the stadium. He's been able to do that. He's also been able to get ownership to give Ross Atkins the highest budget and go over the salary cap, or the luxury tax, I should say, 2 consecutive years in a row. No other president has ever been able to do that. Okay. He's also rebuilt the Dunedin facility, which is apparently state of the art. And he's also streamlined some things within the organization from what I know in terms of efficiencies on ticket sales and stuff. So as a president of baseball operations, I can't really sit here, and as much as I want to, I cannot say that Rogers has not shown commitment to this team by giving all of that money to go over the luxury tax 2 years in a row. I can't say that, in all fairness. And I can't say that Mark Shapiro has not done his job as president of baseball operations. And he's shown undying loyalty to what was his AGM in Cleveland and what is his GM now. What I do fault Mark Shapiro for is the fact that he's given such a long leash to a general manager that let's look at what Ross Atkins has done. 9 years. Has he won a World Series? No. Has he won a division? No. Has he won a playoff series? No. Has he won a playoff game other than the 16, which was already built for him by the previous regime? No. Has he signed his core players? No. What are his core players on the entire situation? It's Bo and Vladdy. That's it. So you got two. One was given to you, by the way, by the previous regime. Has he built the farm system? No. Bottom 5 in baseball and probably bottom 3 right now with all this Buffalo stuff up here. Has he built a bullpen? No. So it's just no on the checklist. And now here we are with that article the other day that I phoned and talked about, and he's doubling down on the fact that he just won't admit that he's wrong. So as a communicator, as a face of the organization, he's not ingratiated himself to the fans. And he seems to be steadfast in digging in his heels and saying, no, I'm right. When the whole baseball world, when the whole fan base, when the whole media is telling you, you are wrong. The fact of the matter, and I'm going to say one last point before I hang up, the fact that remains is you have 4 good starting pitchers that have remained healthy, 2 of which are aging, 1 of which is a UFA. You have 2 stars who are disgruntled, and the rest of the team is more or less spare parts. 25th man. You look at any other roster in baseball, and you tell me which lineup Davis Schneider or Ernie Clement or Dan Vogelbach or any of these guys start on. Pick a team. Pick the worst team in the league. Find out where they start on. If all things being equal, if everybody's healthy, does Davis Schneider start on the Angels? If Mike Trout and Taylor Ward and Kevin Pillar, Mickey Moniak, and Joe Adell are there, he doesn't start on the Angels. So this is the team he's left us with. It's a total failure. He's got to go. There's just no other way to say it.
Hey, man, thanks for the call. Always appreciate you calling in, despite your mysterious job. No, I'm kidding. But I find it hard to disagree with the assessment of what Atkins has done over his time here. I mean, you look at all other sports, like not even just baseball, right? You look at basketball and the NBA. Like if we just limited it to North America, but you look at the NBA, you look at the NFL, you look at the NHL. There are teams, and say what you want about these teams specifically, right? Because you got like the Blue Jackets making moves. You got like the White Sox making moves when it comes to their front offices. And you got all these different teams that are like not particularly well run over the course of like over the course of a long period of time, right? Like what are the Falcons doing? Taking a QB like Penix Jr. You know what I mean? Like you have all these different teams doing all these different things. But for the most part, if the teams are not good or the teams are not producing results, then ultimately this is a results-oriented business, and those guys get shown the door. And all of those teams have done that in the past, like 3-4 seasons. And I almost feel like, yes, the Blue Jays have had a lot of regular season success, quote unquote, because they've won. You know, I think it's something like the stretch that they have been in charge of the team. I would say going from when they signed Hyunjin Ryu to that contract, so effectively like from the pandemic year to last season, is like the 3rd winningest stretch in the history of the Blue Jays, which is crazy. But it does, like, it's crazy to say that out loud, considering they haven't in that stretch from the pandemic to effectively the beginning of the season, that they have not won a single playoff game. And Adam laid out all the other points. And if that's the case, I mean, I almost feel like while I guess that's good that they've won a lot of regular season games, if there's nothing to really show for it, it all feels a little like you're almost masking the greater issue, which is that the goal of this whole thing is not for you to just make the playoffs and be good and sneak in like the Rangers and the Diamondbacks did and get to the World Series, the Nationals when they won the World Series. Like, yeah, like those teams are fun to watch because they have this certain Cinderella quality to them, and then they actually do it, like they win, right? But I mean, for every Nationals team and for every Diamondbacks and Rangers team, there are like a dozen others that don't do that and are effectively set back. And I think that's where the Blue Jays are, right? Like, I think we've said this a million times, but it's not about sneaking in and rolling the dice. Or I guess when you make the playoffs, it's always rolling the dice. But I guess you want to have a much more confident chance when you look at your team, quote unquote, based on what you see in the regular season. And I'm not sure certainly last year, but what you've seen over the past, 250 games or whatever it is now between last year and this year, that you'd even if they did somehow, even with like a 2% chance of making the playoffs, whatever it is after tonight, even if they did make it in a miracle run to the playoffs, what would they have to do for that to be worth not making major moves this year? They'd effectively have to win the World Series. And I think we've seen that this is not a team that's necessarily going to do that. Before we take a break, let's go back to the phones. 416-870-0590, 1-888-660-0590, star 590 on your cell. Shlomo in Scarborough calling in. Shlomo, thanks for staying up late. What's up?
Thank you for staying up late, my friend. Good on you. Couple things. One, great call from the last guy. To keep it positive, very much enjoying watching Horwitz play baseball, and that's enjoyable. However, a couple things to ponder here for you. Number one, our trade chips in the bullpen, where's their value going? Like we're seeing what Richards did today and what Green's been doing. Anybody with the eye test recently seeing this, it's got to be a falling stock. Number two, if we do trade a lot of these bullpen pieces out that are movable, like him, Garcia, and Richards, Green, what can we expect from this bullpen? Like, it's going to be worse than this? What do you think?
I mean, it's got to be, right? It almost has to be, right, Shlomo? Oh, he's got.
Oh, for sure. But I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe we got some guys. Maybe they make a few moves, bring some prospects in, put them in the pen. It hasn't really been Ross Atkins' style. I remember seeing it with AA back in the day and some other GMs where you would start guys that would turn into starters later on and just test them out in the bullpen earlier. I think we saw that with Sanchez and Stroman, but that hasn't been this front office's way of doing things, and they don't seem to change their style. As we've seen in the last 9 years, they don't learn from their mistakes, and they do the same thing over and over and over again. So I don't know. I was just thinking, well, maybe we can see some young pitchers that are starters come up and work out of the bullpen and give us some quality and things to look forward to. I don't know. I'm just hoping that there's some massive changes in the next few weeks because, like we've said before, this city deserves better. And I think looking back at history now, listening to the last call, I guess the writing should have been on the wall when, a world-class baseball man like Alex Anthopoulos left. He smelled what he smelled when he saw Shapiro come in, got the hell out of Dodge, won a couple rings. And I guess the rest is history. And I guess one thing we can all learn and hope for in our lives is we all have a sugar daddy like Mr. Shapiro.
Shlomo,
as
thanks.
An employer.
Yeah, hey, I feel you, man. Thanks for the call. That's actually pretty funny. I will say one thing about AA is I don't know that he's like the perfect be-all, end-all GM, but I do think one thing I've always appreciated about Alex Anthopoulos is that he has the uncanny ability to identify power in like anyone, in like any hitter. Honestly, like you look at the guys he's assigned or gotten on the cheap, like whether he was helping run things. I mean, the Dodgers are a little bit of a different organization because they can just more or less do whatever the hell they want money-wise. But generally speaking, like that 1 year he was there when he was like the VP of player ops or whatever his title was before he was hired away by the Braves. He clearly, by a lot of reports, helping them identify guys who hit pretty well and then certainly goes to Atlanta and does a great job. I mean, I'll always remember. I'm curious to see what the Braves do this year, honestly, because, I mean, they kind of hit a bit of a rut and have some injuries of their own. But I remember when the year they won the World Series, Acuna was actually injured, if you guys remember. I think he tore his ACL before the All-Star break, and now he's out again, unfortunately, for the Braves. But he did a great job supplementing that lineup. Boy, I mean, even if I'm not sure Alex Anthopoulos would have built this rotation that the Blue Jays have right now, which is still, I think, really, really good, boy, he would have solved the power issues, right? Like he almost certainly would have. That's always going to be a bugaboo for me. On the bullpen, yeah, it's tough to see Richards and Green, their value go down a teensy bit. I still think Green is fine. Like most relievers will, like even the best relievers in the world will blow saves occasionally, right? So I'm not sure I'm really changing the opinion on Green. He did not have it tonight. He's pitched a lot. I think I'll give him a pass for now. If this continues like it has been for Trevor Richards, then I think we'll have no choice but to take him out of the circle of trust. But for the guys you are seeing the bullpen, I'll say this. On the bullpen guys that we did see that pitched well, I said earlier there maybe is someone I'd replace Trevor Richards with in the circle of trust. And I think I'm ready to do that for Yoenis Cabrera. Honestly, I think I am. Like that Cabrera was the one to enter in the fifth after Wyrod's day was done. I was really interested to see how he was going to play because he's been on the fringe for a few weeks now, right? And he got to see the top of the order effectively. We started with Moreno, who was batting second, but he got to see the top of the order for the most part. He allowed one hit, one walk, no runs. He struck out Jock Peterson. I'm curious what you guys think of putting Cabrera in the circle of trust, because for me, at least, seeing him do it again against the top of the order, albeit a team that entered play tonight 47-47, was enough to put him at least in the outer circle of trust next to Richards. And I mean, now it might be Richards on the outside looking in. But I think after seeing another consistent outing for him, and I think that's like the key word, consistency, including tonight since the beginning of June, he has allowed 4 earned runs, and 3 of those came against the O's in an absolute blowout in Toronto, right? So outside of a bad outing in his first June appearance, you can't completely wipe that away, obviously, but just make it clean. When you're looking at the top of June, you include it. But outside of that game, going forward to tonight, he has let up 1 earned run in 13 innings of work, so that includes tonight. That's pretty darn good. Ryan Burr, I think there's something there. I also think of the Hamilton song. Like, I'm not a huge musical theater guy, but that's a catchy song, like the Aaron Burr Sir thing. I always think of that when Ryan Burr comes in. Anyways, there's something there. Minimal resources expended to get Ryan Burr, and it's turned into someone who can still be at least a big leaguer who gets you out without getting rocked, right? Like, it's certainly one of the maybe perilously few strengths of the front office these days in terms of finding guys like that to a certain extent, but I need to see him do it a couple more times before he is in the circle of trust. But the last time out, he pitched 2 innings, he looked really good, pitched well tonight, and it would be nice to see him take that Pete Walker pixie dust and at least become a reliable arm you can go to, because we know not every single pitcher is going to become a high leverage closer, like a closer-like pitcher, I suppose. But this team in particular has a huge need when it comes to the guys in between the starters and the high leverage guys. Like, they don't have anyone even remotely reliable in that particular role right now. Not even someone to be an official holds guy or a setup guy. That's not what I'm talking about, but just someone who you can roll out there without you having to hold your breath that he's going to get smoked every single time out. And that is, again, an indictment of the bullpen this season that we're even having this conversation. But I think there's something there, right? Like the slider. Through 6 sliders, they all got whiffs. So there's something there, I think. But again, we need to see a little bit more. And of course, Brendan Little didn't allow a run, also against the top of the order. He also saw Ketel Marte, who's an all-star. He pinch hit for Jock Peterson, and he immediately got Marte to ground out. So again, maybe it's another guy who's right there on the cusp of the circle of trust, probably closer to Burr is, but good to see Little acquit himself against the top of the Diamondbacks order. So, last time out, I think I said it almost feels like Little takes like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I think he took at least 1 more step forward tonight. So good to see. Maybe those are the guys, to Shlomo's point, we'll be seeing more from, because if you do trade like Jimmy Garcia and you're trading Trevor Richards and you're trading Chad Green, I don't think all of those guys are getting traded this season. But if you're trading like your highest leverage guys, then it's not a lot left, right? An already not great bullpen is not going to get any better. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, update on Jimmy Garcia, because he did pitch in Buffalo tonight. So we'll get to that, and we'll go back to the text line as well. 590-590, name and location. I'm here for another couple of minutes. You're listening to Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Sportsnet Plus is the streaming home of the Blue Jays.
Fastball line to left, and it's caught.
Watch live games at home or on the go.
Long run, Springer! Oh, what a play!
Plus, catch Blue Jays Central for pre- and post-game updates with Jamie and Joe. Miss the game? Replays and Blue Jays in 30 are here for your recap.
Pitching has certainly led the way.
Watch it all unfold on Sportsnet Plus. Plans start at $19.99 a month. Subscribe now at sportsnetplus.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. and inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
So, you want to be a loony dogger, eh? Are you the relish ringleader, seventh inning snacker, TikTok topper, or ketchup king? Every Tuesday, Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the home run hound or value virtuoso, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hey, this is Bo Bichette. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Jays Talk here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali with you for another 10 minutes or so. Thanks for being with me here late this evening. Maybe you're listening via podcast later on. Who knows? But we live in the here and now. So if you're on, we appreciate it. I appreciate it certainly as well. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. You can send me a text for another couple of minutes. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell are the numbers for you to call. If you want to leave me a line, drop me a line, leave me a message. Those are the same things. We know that. All right, let's go to the People's Text line. 590-590, name and location. I like this one. The circle of trust has become a dot. Green and lots of prayer. It's funny because it's sad and true. I suppose a dot is a circle, though, right? Like it's still a circle. It's just like the teetsiest tiny little circle. Dan from Beamsville, I have to totally agree with Adam's points on Ross Atkins. The front office has been really underwhelming. It's just like they've gotten so many kicks of the can, right? I mean, 9 years now. It's just that's just the truth. I don't even think that's an opinion. That's just a fact, really, right? Is that over almost a decade of being in charge, we have not seen a single playoff win, especially in like the prime, if you want to call it, of like what is supposed to be the window, right? Like the window is supposed to be wide open, and it actually feels like it's like if it's not slammed shut, it's like it's open just a crack, essentially, is what it feels like, which is a really huge bummer, essentially. I remember when Hyunjin Ryu was signed. And because I remember when Shapiro Atkins came over from Cleveland, there was, I think, a thought process and a worry that they were going to run the team like Cleveland, i.e. a small market team. And then they signed Ryu and they signed Springer, and they're spending lots of money. And you think to yourself, oh, okay, well, like this is a signal that it's not going to be like that. And yet, to all the callers' points, to Adam's point and Ryan's point and Geef's point, like they've been given tons of money, like just absolutely tons of money. So to have no results from the amount of money they've spent is a real bummer. Let's see here. Kaylin in Toronto. Show, what do you think should give the Jays fans hope in 2024 and beyond? The season is constantly depressing, but I also love baseball and Toronto. I mean, I do too. I think for me, it is still the Buffalo guys when it comes to watching them, generally speaking. George Springer is turning it around again. I don't know if he's really, I don't know if you can turn it around for his contract to be worth it unless he like turns into Shohei Ohtani at the dish, essentially. But generally speaking, the Buffalo boys have been a lot of fun to watch, right? Spencer Horwitz has been fun. Davis Schneider, who has not been optioned. I checked. I was worried. And honestly, I looked at the box score. I'm like, oh yeah, Davis Schneider played tonight. Davis Schneider was in the game tonight. Like we saw Davis Schneider in the game. We unfortunately just spent like 3 hours watching. So it's on me for not remembering that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I blacked out or something during the latter innings of this ball game. But he's not been optioned to Ryan's question or point. But he has not particularly played well. But I think we've seen enough from him that I think he is a major league ball player, even if he might not in fact be a regular, but he also could be, he could be an extended slump. So I don't think the jury seems out on Schneider. I don't think the question as to what Davis Schneider is as a ball player has been completely answered, either positively or negatively, right? But that he has struggled so mightily recently, I think you do need to see more just in a general sense. But Leo Jimenez looks like he belongs. And again, he's a very good defender. I would say pretty good defender. He's a very good defender. And I think that only gets better as you stay in the majors. I think the offense, again, is it going to be enough to make him play every single day? I don't know. But I think Leo Jimenez, I think, at least for me, has shown more than, let's say, Addison Barger has in like a relatively similar small sample size. So I have enjoyed watching him. So I do believe, kind of like, that there was that point in the spring training when we were like, oh yeah, Ernie Clement is a major league ball player. I still believe that, obviously. I still believe that on Leo Jimenez. I believe that on Spencer Horwitz has been fun to watch. I think that's probably, to answer your question, a long way of answering your question, Kalen, that's what I'm looking forward to, honestly, at this point. Alden in Scarborough, you have no choice but to look back at only scoring one run with bases loaded and no outs with the quote-unquote main part of your order up. Yeah, we talked about that, Alden, and you're not wrong. Absolutely. Jason in Scarborough, not surprised or disappointed with how it ended. Can't give this management any reason not to be big-time sellers at the deadline. Season is a write-off. Trade what you can. Bring in a new manager for next season. I mean, that's fair too, right? I think that's what I kind of think that's like one of the more measured takes, because we all, I think, agree that for the most part, there's not a lot going to be happening for the rest of the season. It's going to be a lot of this, unfortunately, especially if you trade guys. But man, like if they, I know I've said this a million times, but if they don't trade all of the UFAs, and I'm beginning to think it's not going to happen, but if they don't trade all of the UFAs, then it's just like, what are you even doing, right? Like, what's the plan? The plan can't be for the rest of the season to try and sell you on 2025 and say, yep, we're going to be competitive in 2025. And that's that, right? Because if that is what you do, and then you don't make any significant changes like this past offseason in the coming offseason, I tell you, no one's going to be calling into Jay Stock next year. That's what's going to happen. That's not good, right? So it's not good for me, certainly, but man, it's not good for everyone for everyone who watches, because I know you guys are all really hardcore fans of the game and also of this team. And I think that's what it is, right? Like, people who call in, like Ryan and Guy and Shlomo and everyone else who calls in, everyone, like, no one's calling in because they like hate the Blue Jays. Everyone's calling because, in fact, it's the opposite, because they love the Blue Jays and the way they're being managed. And I know some people would say mismanaged is frustrating, right? So I totally get it. I totally understand why people are frustrated. Speaking of trade assets, and I know it's not always great that you refer to like human beings as assets, but that is where we're at. Jimmy Garcia, there was the update from John Schneider. We played it on the pregame show, but the update that Schneider had from Schneider, that he said that after the stiff neck issues from Jimmy Garcia these past couple of days, that he got his rehab start continually pushed back more and more and more, that we actually got to see him today. He did pitch for the Bisons today. Unfortunately, it wasn't ideal. So you only went 2/3 of an inning. So you got 2 outs. He allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, both of which were earned. He walked a batter, no strikeouts. He threw 17 pitches, 9 of which were strikes. So it's not like the worst outing. And again, it's probably not where you want Jimmy Garcia to be, given that there was an outside chance, had he pitched well, that we might have actually seen him come back to the Blue Jays on, let's say, Sunday, right? Because it seems unlikely that, I suppose it's possible with the late game tomorrow that he could have, in theory, pitched in Lehigh Valley, I think is where they were tonight, and then come up to Arizona, like just go straight to Arizona and pitch either Saturday or Sunday. But they always had said over the last couple of days it was more likely he was going to pitch on Sunday. But still, some of the underlying stats there, the velo, which for Jimmy Garcia is a big deal, the velo was down on basically all of his pitches. It was down by about 1.5 miles an hour on his fastball, which is not terrible, but that is his bread and butter. So it's not what you want to see. It was down by 3.1 miles an hour on the sweeper, 3 miles an hour on the change, 2.9 miles an hour on the sinker. So that is probably not what you want, I would say. Like, from a guy who obviously has movement on his pitches, and I've largely really enjoyed watching Jimmy Garcia pitch this year, but he also he does to a certain extent rely on some nasty fastballs, sinker, four-seamer, to get by. And if the velo is down on those, I kind of wonder if it's just best for Jimmy Garcia to not see him until after the All-Star break, honestly. And I'm not sure it's even worth for trade value or otherwise forcing him back to the Blue Jays to pitch one game at the end of the All-Star, or right before the All-Star break, when you got a whole, 5 days, right? 5 days? Yeah, 4 days. 4 days off, I guess, from Monday to Thursday, because they play next Friday. But I think that's probably the right move. Probably also the right move to do it for Bo Bichette as well. Honestly, he's not in tonight's lineup. I'm not sure if they're going to push it with him or not, but between his production when he's been healthy and a general desire to, I'm sure, to have him heal quickly, I'm sure he's not going to play either Saturday or Sunday. You don't want to push it with a calf injury on a shortstop. I don't know. If you have some sort of ache or pain 2 days before the All-Star break, it's probably, I don't know. That's probably the right move to not have either Jimmy Garcia or Bo Bichette play. Hey, I appreciate you all being with us tonight on Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rush Control Centers in St. John and St. Stephen, New Brunswick. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. For Eric Smith, Madison Shipman, Tom Young, Armin Zargarian, Michael Jose Collins, I'm Show Ali. Appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for the calls. Thanks for the texts. That does it for me. I'm out of here. We're actually back even later on Saturday evening, so be sure to enjoy a caffeinated beverage or two before the game. Sleep tight, everyone. I'll talk to you later.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game. It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam at the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone, but no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89, and the SiriusXM app.
Weekends, then during the week go to school. Like, it really is an amazing story for him coming out of that area in Birmingham and what he did to turn himself into one of the best players in the game, and with zero bitterness. And, he was just the 10th black player in Major League Baseball. When I heard that, I knew that he signed in the early 50s. I didn't realize that he was that early on in the integration of the Negro League players getting into baseball. Right. And he was a young man at the time where he hadn't been in the Negro Leagues that long. So, you sort of look at him thinking the longevity and the length of his career was in Major League Baseball.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 849, Dodgers on Internet 853, Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138 XM 179 and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211 XM 178 and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848. 4:10 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Cleveland Guardians. Rays on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 866. Guardians on Internet 847. 4:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Washington Nationals. Brewers on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Nationals on Internet 869. 4:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Miami Marlins. Reds on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Texas Rangers. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:15 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Atlanta Braves. Padres on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 862. Braves on Internet 841. National feed on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 964. 7:15 p.m. San Francisco Giants take on the Minnesota Twins. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 188, and Internet 863. Twins on Internet 856. 8:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Seattle Mariners. Angels on Sirius 113, XM 189, and Internet 852. Mariners on Internet 864. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Blue Jays on Internet 868. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179, and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Former manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, Chicago Cubs, and Los Angeles Angels, Joe Maddon stopped by MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to discuss the possibility of him managing a team again.
Would I like to manage again? I'd say I would, yes, but it really has to be like threading the needle. I don't know where that owner is or where that GM is in today's world game that really would want my sensibilities, my methods, possibly. If they do, I'm in. They'd get 1,000% of me as always, but I don't know. I don't know if that exists. We'll see how the year plays out this year as we move it forward. It's such a groupthink industry right now. It's just a matter of what becomes popular and what wins. Now, you talk about Boch winning last year, and you can talk about the success of Dusty and how that speaks to guys over 50 managing in the big league. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm here, and we talked earlier. I did have surgery. I had a horrible sciatic problem So now I'm jump out of bed. I'm hitting the ground running. Last year I couldn't have really done it. I was hurting that badly. So right now, really workouts have been great. I feel physically better, which then permits you to feel mentally better. So I'm ready again.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179, and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848. 4:10 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Cleveland Guardians. Rays on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 866. Guardians on Internet 847. 4:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Washington Nationals. Brewers on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Nationals on Internet 869. 4:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Miami Marlins. Reds on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Texas Rangers. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:15 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Atlanta Braves. Padres on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 862. Braves on Internet 841. National feed on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 964. 7:15 p.m. San Francisco Giants take on the Minnesota Twins. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 188, and Internet 863. Twins on Internet 856. 8:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Seattle Mariners. Angels on Sirius 113, XM 189, and Internet 852. Mariners on Internet 864. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Blue Jays on Internet 868. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179, and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
President of Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, Bob Kendrick, was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to talk about Major League Baseball making Negro League stats official.
Number one, those Negro League players who did indeed transition into the major leagues, who will see their numbers change as a result. Monty Irvin will have a dramatic change because of the time that he spent in the Negro Leagues, and his hit totals and those things will now be added to his total. Satchel Paige, I think, picked up 125 additional wins to his major league career. And I can tell you now, wherever Satchel is, he ain't happy about that because he's saying, hey, y'all didn't get him on. Y'all about no way did you get him on. But the other side of this, a name like a Chino Smith, Charles Chino Smith, who Satchel Paige said was one of the greatest hitters he ever faced, white or black. Now, if Satchel Paige thinks that you are one of the greatest hitters, guess what? Chances are you're one of the greatest hitters. And that's a name that people won't know. They won't know the name Oscar Charleston, even though Buck O'Neil believed Oscar Charleston to be the greatest baseball player he ever saw. He thought Oscar Charleston was Willie Mays before we ever knew who Willie Mays was. In 1921, Oscar Charleston had one of the greatest seasons in baseball history. He led the Negro Leagues in home runs, triples, doubles, stolen bases, and batting average in the same season. You know, and he's Hall of Famer, but most fans still have not heard that name.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179, and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848. 4:10 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Cleveland Guardians. Rays on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 866. Guardians on Internet 847. 4:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Washington Nationals. Brewers on Sirius 160, XM 184, and Internet 855. Nationals on Internet 869. 4:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Miami Marlins. Reds on Sirius 106, XM 182, and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Texas Rangers. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183, and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:15 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Atlanta Braves. Padres on Sirius 158, XM 187, and Internet 862. Braves on Internet 841. National feed on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 964. 7:15 p.m. San Francisco Giants take on the Minnesota Twins. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 188, and Internet 863. Twins on Internet 856. 8:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Seattle Mariners. Angels on Sirius 113, XM 189, and Internet 852. Mariners on Internet 864. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Blue Jays on Internet 868. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179 and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180 and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
Orlando Cepeda, the slugging first baseman nicknamed the Baby Bull, who became a Hall of Famer and was among the early Puerto Ricans to star in the major leagues, has passed away. On SiriusXM MLB Network Radio Channel 89, San Francisco writer Henry Schulman was on to remember Cepeda.
There are 5 guys we talk about in San Francisco, and we call them the statues because they have actual statues in front of the ballpark. Mays, McCovey, Gaylord Perry, Orlando, and Juan Marichal. And they were all teammates, which is, just an amazing thing to think about. He talked a lot about playing with those guys and what they meant to him. Mays was an incredible mentor. In fact, when Willie Mays played winter ball in Puerto Rico in the early 50s, when he first came up, Orlando was actually a bat boy for that team, and I believe it was Santurce. They took care of him like they did a lot of the younger players. He just, he was a happy fellow who had been through a lot. And every time he was at the ballpark, until he had a serious health issue 6 years ago, he was always upbeat about things and just loved talking baseball.
That was San Francisco writer Henry Schulman remembering Orlando Cepeda on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on SiriusXM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m., Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179 and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180 and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181 and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185 and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848. 4:10 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the Cleveland Guardians. Rays on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 866. Guardians on Internet 847. 4:10 p.m. Milwaukee Brewers take on the Washington Nationals. Brewers on Sirius 160, XM 184 and Internet 855. Nationals on Internet 869. 4:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Miami Marlins. Reds on Sirius 106, XM 182 and Internet 846. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Texas Rangers. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 183 and Internet 850. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 871. 7:15 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Atlanta Braves. Padres on Sirius 158, XM 187 and Internet 862. Braves on Internet 841. National feed on Sirius 162, XM 186, and Internet 964. 7:15 p.m. San Francisco Giants take on the Minnesota Twins. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 188, and Internet 863. Twins on Internet 856. 8:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 9:38 p.m. LA Angels take on the Seattle Mariners. Angels on Sirius 113, XM 189, and Internet 852. Mariners on Internet 864. 10:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Blue Jays on Internet 868. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Saturday, July the 13th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the LA Dodgers. Tigers on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 849. Dodgers on Internet 853. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:10 p.m. Chicago White Sox take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. White Sox on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 845. Pirates on Internet 861. 2:10 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago Cubs. Cardinals on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 865. Cubs on Internet 844. 4:05 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the Oakland A's. Phillies on Sirius 138, XM 179, and Internet 860. A's on Internet 859. 4:05 p.m. Baltimore Orioles take on the New York Yankees. Orioles on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 842. Yankees on Internet 858. National feed on Sirius 137, XM 180, and Internet 863. 4:10 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Kansas City Royals. Red Sox on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 843. Royals on Internet 851. 4:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Colorado Rockies. Mets on Sirius 161, XM 185, and Internet 857. Rockies on Internet 848.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
After overcoming a lifetime of adversity, Willie Mays became one of the game's best, and at 93 years old, he passed on. Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 took some time to remember the Say Hey Kid.
Willie Mays, born in Westfield, Alabama, right near Birmingham, grew up in the Birmingham area, he played on the factory league teams and semi-pro clubs with his dad, because his high